I managed to get OBS to capture LibreOffice Writer again, which you've seen me done before if you've seen some of my older videos. But it was weird. I think it made me make a window capture this time, where usually for LibreOffice Writer you need to make it a game capture. I know it's not a game, but previously I've done it by that means. So it's inconsistent by how it's letting me do it from each boot cycle of my computer, and it's kind of a like this kind of coarse language, but this is the only expression I know of, and the only way to say this is a crapshoot as to whether I'm going to be able to capture it with each boot cycle. Um, so if you, I've told this story a couple times in various degrees of vagity or various degrees of clarity. But if you haven't known my foreign language story, this is what it is. So there are a couple of Danganronpa fan games that somebody in Korea made that, as far as I understand, are almost as good as the mainline games that I wanted to play. But no one has. This is kind of a complicated story having to do with the localization of these games. But essentially, nobody has translated them into English or any um, had made the English copy of the game. So like the game with the English patch available for me to actually download onto my computer. So someone I believe has translated the first couple chapters of the second game to English, but they haven't made an English playable copy of those two chapters. They've only just made YouTube videos of gameplay footage of those two chapters. I think someone has translated the last chapter of the first game into Spanish, but then again, they don't you can't just get the game in Spanish. You have to it's just a YouTube video of it in Spanish. Um, and by the time I get to them, there might be a translation by that point because every once in a while somebody tries to start up a project to translate these games. But as of now, there aren't. So I was thinking, okay, well, if no one's going to translate them, I'll just learn Korean and then that's how I'll do it. And I didn't know about things like Textractor at the time. Now, it turns out you can rather easily hook the text on these games. However, they are Danganronpa fan games, so they're going to have mini games in them, like Hangman's Gambit and so on. And there's going to be truth bullets, and there's a lot of danger that there's going to be some image text, and not text, so it's like text you can't extract. Especially considering that it's a Danganronpa fan game, so it'll be like truth bullet text. And the opening, there's like opening text that's image text already, just at the very start of the game. So I thought, well, it's prudent to try to do some work trying to learn the language before playing this game with a textractor, even once I learned what a textractor was and was able to get to work. So, moving on, there's a game called 12 Riven that I also want to play that's written in Japanese that's never been localized. That one you can also hook the text on as well. Textractor and hooking the text mean the same thing, by the way. But it has some spoken, unsubtitled, not text, but language, right? There's actually like non-narrated, non-subtitled cutscenes in it. Maybe there's a setting somewhere in the game you can use to turn on the subtitles, but I haven't found it yet. And I booted the game a couple times. So that's because of that, that motivates me to learn Japanese. But I'm focused on Korean now, right? So I want to finish Korean and get through the two Korean games that I plan to play before I moved on to Japanese. Because there isn't a whole lot of Korean visual novels out there that I know of. Maybe there are some, and you can tell me about them in the comments or something. But I don't really know of a whole lot. All I know is are these Danganronpa fan games. But there is a whole host of non-localized Japanese visual novels out there. Some of which I probably have nothing to do with, and there's probably a reason why they're not localized. But other ones, like say 12 Riven or the Xbox remake for Ever17, they haven't been localized. And there's a lot of ones that haven't been commercially, but there's been fan translations of them. If there weren't fan translations of them, despite um, there would be localizations, which kind of demonstrates the threat of games existing that wouldn't have localizations, and it would have something to do with. Examples, remember 11 and Ever17, right? So just because a Japanese game does not have an English localization doesn't mean it's some sort of grody thing that you don't want to touch. Anyway, um, But I was decided, okay, I'm gonna deal with those games like 12 Ribbon after I'm done with the Korean ones. Now, as far as learning Korean, there is a very useful resource called howtostudykorean.com that I've been using. I've also, of course, been using the Duolingo course. Anyway, so I haven't found like a similarly good resource for Japanese. Anyway, so why am I playing this now? Basically, I was making one of those World's Hardest Game 3 videos, and as part of the I wanted to be able to give like progress updates in those videos of me making the videos I want to make. And so part of that is making sure all the software I want to try to use works. Even if I learned Korean, I still want to have the text extractor running while playing the game, just in case there's some vocabulary in there I don't know. I don't want to have to guess, right? Similarly, if I were playing this game and I would know Japanese, well, I'm not going to be fluent, right? So there might be some vocabulary and some such that I don't know, and I want to be able to have the text extractor there running just in case. So I'm not the OCR. With the emulated game, with this Xbox game, I actually haven't tried it, but I should try it before next time I record. But I believe there is no nice, convenient packaged text extraction tool that can penetrate down into the emulator that exists at the moment. So an OCR is essentially your only option. I wanted to make sure it was working, just so I could say in that video, that update video, that I had got the tools working, even if I hadn't learned language yet. But then in order to test that I got the tools working, I had to play into the game a little bit, right? So I played into the game up until Takeshi arrives at the actual facility of Lemu. So I played through that entire boat conversation about Suzuki asking Sayaka out on a date, she turning it down, so I gave the ticket to Takeshi, and then Takeshi forced Suzuki to buy a third ticket to give to this other guy, so that because two guys is too barren, as DeepL translates it, which I presume just means it's just too lean, right? It's just not enough guys to go to a theme park together with. I read that whole conversation. And because I read the whole conversation, I started thinking about the differences between the Xbox remake and the original game. Because thinking about how that makes the character of Takeshi less ambiguous, and how much it seemed that the original game was trying to go out of its way. Well, it didn't necessarily go out of its way, but how it was so intentionally trying to make Takeshi not ambiguous. And how the writers of the Xbox remake weren't really seeing all the way into the heads of the original writers. Right? There are things you could do to try to improve the original Ever17, but doing that, making that conversation between Takeshi and his friends on the boat isn't really one of them. And because I was just thinking about this so much, and thinking about the Xbox remake so much, just kept thinking about it, I eventually just lost my patience. And so, as a result, didn't decide to just start recording this before bothering to learn Japanese. And as a result, I'm committing this grievous sin where I'm doing these sacrilegious translations that have lots of errors in them, and it's kind of entertaining, but also kind of embarrassing, right? That's kind of what happened. So it's kind of like a character flaw, right? I just kind of lost my peak. I just couldn't wait. I I fully intended to wait, but then I just couldn't. So I'm not waiting. So that's what's going on there with that. So we got a few more differences in the last recording. Last recording was shorter, but we have a few. So let me go through them here. So first one. So in the original, the group splits up in the afternoon on day one after Takeshi's suggestion. Takeshi's like, let's just split up and look around, right? And after they split up, Takeshi goes around to the various rooms and talks to the characters individually. So you get this little intro conversation with each of the characters, except maybe Coco, because I don't remember there being one with Coco. But there was one with Sora where he just kind of finds her in the security office, but just as a voice. He doesn't find like a visual, and nothing really happens there. But the two big ones are the ones with Yu and the one with Yu and the one with Tsugumi. So with Yu, Takeshi learns that the reason why Yu bothered trying to get, and she ended up succeeding, but you can't really guarantee that. The reason why she applied, though, to a job at Lemuel is because she thought she wanted to figure out what would actually happen to her father, because she didn't just take at face value the story that her mom gave her, that he just died in some accident, and she actually had a hunch that her father was actually still alive. So you get that little backstory of you. Well, and then the Tsugumi one, Tsugumi tells Takeshi that she thinks that the accident in Lemu was intentional. It just all this, everything was just fitting together exactly right. It decompressed to one atmosphere so that they could survive in there for several days. I don't know why that would be something that Tsugumi would think is intentional, because she would just think Lieblich would want to flush her out. You haven't heard what Lieblich is yet, but it's something you'll hear about later in this Xbox remake, if this Xbox remake has any resemblance to the original. Learn about Lieblich Pharmaceuticals. But she thought that the whole incident was not an accident, and it was actually an intentional thing to trap a certain group of characters in Lemu by themselves. And this makes a lot of sense from a meta perspective. It's like Tsugumi's breaking the fourth wall. Yes, somebody wrote it that way, but it turns out in the end this isn't really quite right. But there's reason to think it. There would be a good reason for Tsugumi to think this, as you'll figure out. So it's still a plot hint. And you get that line from Tsugumi, "I suppose I could die in a place like this. That wouldn't be too bad, would it?" And then she walks away. In the Xbox remake, you don't get these conversations. It's just late in the day, apparently, when Tsugumi leaves, and they just take a shower, and then they just go to sleep in the recompression chamber. So these conversations are completely missing. Another difference, which I just mentioned. In the Xbox remake, everybody except maybe Tsugumi. Takeshi tells Tsugumi about the showers, but we don't really know if Tsugumi actually went and took a shower. It's implied, you would guess, that she didn't. Right? That would be what my guess would be. But I guess it leaves out a little possibility that she could have. Tsugumi is kind of like a reverse Toko, where she doesn't bathe and so she always stinks. But apparently, unlike Toko from Danganronpa, she smells good. So she has some sort of wonderful BO. Anyway, but in the original, there are no showers, so the characters never shower. But they tend to get wet quite often, especially Takeshi and Tsugumi. So I presume they always smell like salt. They don't necessarily smell like BO all the time. Okay, so next difference. In the original, the characters sleep in the recompression chamber because Coco comes down with what Sora thinks is decompression sickness. And so Sora puts all the humans in the recompression chamber and says, "Sleep in here tonight." And Tsugumi says, "I can't stay cooped up in here all night," and she leaves. Right, but she just goes to the recompression chamber with everybody and then just kind of bails out before Sora closes the door. In the Xbox remake, Lemu doesn't decompress, apparently. Lemu is still at 6 atmospheres. So nobody gets decompression sickness, and Coco doesn't show symptoms of decompression sickness. So they just sleep in the recompression chamber anyway, because that's just where there happens to be beds. Okay. And Tsugumi doesn't sleep in the recompression chamber because she whispers, kind of, to Takeshi, "Nowhere is safe." So she's a little bit more upfront, right? She doesn't want to be caught sleeping, which gives a suggestion that perhaps she doesn't sleep at all, which is scary because if you don't sleep at all, you start making some mistakes. But which is not really an impression you get in the original. However, she is on the night of the 4th, kind of up all night. Then, so I guess there is some implication in the original that Tsugumi doesn't sleep at all as well. Kind of like that though. It's kind of a nice change. Nowhere is safe. That was kind of a good change. Anyway, next difference. Tsugumi in the original, Takeshi figures out there's writing on his face that morning because he just like wipes his hand on his face. Like Takeshi says, "I suggest you go look at a like Yu says, I suggest you go look in a mirror." And so Takeshi wipes his hand. It's like, "What's up with my face?" He wipes his hand on his face, and there's black ink on his hand. and he shows his palm to you and asks you, "What's up with this?" And you says, "There's like a palm reading." It says he has two options. It's an all or nothing kind of thing. You have a beautiful wife, many children, and a robust family, and a really long life that everybody, your friends, are envious of. Right, the implication there, which kind of makes sense, right? Beautiful wife, Tsugumi. Kids. Sarah, well, I'm not going to talk about the kids yet, because I don't want to go that much, but then there's more babies. Long life. There's a reason that actually would be fulfilled as well. So it's kind of a plot hint. It kind of makes sense if you look back on it, right? In the Xbox remake, everybody's laughing at Takeshi, but Takeshi doesn't discover there's any writing on his face until Tsugumi tries to clean it off. So it's a little different, and you don't get that conversation with that palm reading from you. That conversation is also cut, which is kind of a shame because that was kind of a nice conversation. Um, in the original, Tsugumi's waiting for everybody at the door of the control room the morning of day two. They go from the recompression chamber down to the control room, and Takeshi's just waiting there. I'm not Takeshi, Tsugumi's just waiting there. Takeshi can say good morning or not, and if he does, Tsugumi says, "You are the worst." And if he doesn't, Tsugumi says, "Your face is the worst," referring to the writing on Takeshi's face. Anyway, in the Xbox remake, Tsugumi does not show up until after the power goes out. The power goes out in both of them, but Tsugumi doesn't show up until after the power goes out. She's missing all morning. Next difference. In the morning of day two, they eat breakfast, right? And Takeshi makes tuna sandwiches, of course. And the original English localization, they changed it to chicken sandwiches because Americans don't eat tuna sandwiches, apparently. So, anyway, Takeshi makes the tuna sandwiches, and they're hot tuna sandwiches, and he can either try to bring one to Sora or bring one to Tsugumi. He has that option, right? Whereas that doesn't happen. On the beginning of the day two in the Xbox remake, all the sandwich making is skipped, and the power just goes out real quick. And so you don't meet Tsugumi, you don't fight Tsugumi at the door of the control room, you don't bring a sandwich to Tsugumi. It's just, Tsugumi's just kind of missing, right? In fact, the tuna sandwich, the whole tuna sandwich stand thing, and Takeshi making tuna sandwiches, is omitted from the Xbox remake so far entirely, which gives Takeshi less jobs to do and makes Takeshi look less competent overall. It's part of like the list of things that Takeshi doesn't do, right? In the original, Takeshi got according to his own thoughts, figured out how to get him and Tsugumi out of the elevator. In the Xbox remake, Tsugumi figures out a way out of the corridor. There's no elevator in the Xbox remake. And the original, Takeshi is the one who opens the door to the flooded EI elevator. And in the Xbox remake, Tsugumi does. There are these things that, like, so Takeshi's kind of being like, what he does is being like chopped down quite a bit. And omitting the tuna sandwich thing is just adding to that and making Takeshi look like less of a hero, essentially. Next difference. In the original, Tsugumi asked Takeshi to serve as ballast at the entrance to the EI elevator, and Tsugumi was dragging, apparently, the toolbox there. So, and then Takeshi doesn't go to tell the others what he's going to do. Instead, they send Coco to tell the others that Tsugumi and Takeshi are going to fix the generator. So Coco tells you that, okay, they're going to fix the generator. In the Xbox remake, Tsugumi finds Takeshi in the control room and then asks him to serve as ballast there. And then afterwards, they go talk to the others person. Then Takeshi drags the toolbox up to the EI elevator. It's a long journey up there because, you know, and as I said last time, in the Xbox remake, Lemu's this really big place, whereas in the original, Lemu doesn't seem as big. So, a little bit different. I actually wrote this note here about the CG being the graphic art, like the artwork being modified when Tsugumi's underwater in the EI elevator to make her face look sad. I actually didn't check the original CG before recording this, so I can't actually say that for certain. I meant to and then forgot. So I don't know. We'll have to get back to that one. But you can tell from the opening crawl of the Xbox remake that it is clear that they're willing to modify CGs. So that might have been a modification there. Um, so again, Takeshi pries open the eye elevator in the original. Tsugumi opens it using a latch or something in the remake, right? So and like in the original, it was kind of shown to be like almost like a miscalculation by Tsugumi in a very life-threatening situation, and they make a point where Tsugumi looks very scared when she gets thrown out of the elevator. Um, in the Xbox remake, it seems like Tsugumi has it all under control and all goes fine. Um, so in the original, Tsugumi cleans off Takeshi's face um, after they make it to the generator room. They're waiting for it to cool down, and it's a bit kind of a goofy scene. And it's implied, although I didn't spell implied right because it starts with an I. Yeah. That Tsugumi thinks of it as doing Takeshi a favor by cleaning his face off. Like she understands why there's writing on his face, and it's like I'm gonna get rid of this. And it's all cute and stuff. Um, in the Xbox remake, it happens right after they get out of the elevator, and Tagumi doesn't try to cut Takeshi off because Takeshi's trying to chew her out for like almost killing him. He's like gets all mad about the whole EI elevator incident, which in the original he's not. He just thinks of it as like a macho. It's like he might have been, but then once he like gets her out of there, it's like I saved you. And he gets all macho about it. So he doesn't like. It's like an opportunity for him to be macho, so he doesn't chew Tsugumi out, right? Whereas the Xbox remake, he gets mad at Tsugumi. Um, but then the whole scene is more compressed, right? Tsugumi just, and it's implied that Tsugumi might have thought that Takeshi might have written on his own face. And she's kind of losing her patience with him for the writing on his face. So she doesn't necessarily understand where the writing came from. And so this weird, like, give or take. Like, on one hand, Tsugumi seems way, way, way more serious in the Xbox remake, and more credit is given to Tsugumi for doing everything and less to Takeshi. And she's much less social. Like in the Tsugumi is supposed to be characterized as antisocial to some degree, but she is still pretty social in the original. She isn't like a completely cold. In the Xbox remake, they try to make her just really cold. But then they throw in these other changes, like she just punches Takeshi out of nowhere, which is one of those, which I think what they were going for there is kind of like the whole, he's hitting you because he's looking for an excuse to touch you kind of things, where it's like she bullies him because she likes him, right? And things like just randomly like going crazy and hugging him after he agrees to go with her to the generator room, which that doesn't happen in the original. So she has these weird, like, strong come-ons in a couple places, but is overall just kind of doesn't seem to like Takeshi as much. So they kind of make her way more contrasting and weird and creepy, and I don't really like it so much. But anyway, um, next. In the original, we haven't got to this point yet in the Xbox remake, but the only real hint you get that Tsugumi can see in the infrared, she can see in the infrared, spoilers. As I said in the first part, sometimes I have to like say some spoilers in order to express what I'm thinking as I'm going through this. Um, it basically, the hints you get is she can see that she knows that the door to the generator room is hot. That will be the case when we get there, unless they change it. Um, that's really the only hints you get that Tsugumi can see in the infrared. She can also identify the roll of pipes, so you could stretch it and say that it's a hint that she can see which pipes are hot water and which ones are cold water. Um, that's kind of a stretch. In the Xbox remake, they're giving more hints, and that they're having her be able to see in the dark when Takeshi can't. So they're being a little bit more hinty about that. Speaking of things they're being more hinty about, in the Xbox remake, they have you claim that she's undergoing an involuntary seizure, where, and they're using very similar language, that is, she started suffering, as when Yu's heart condition is introduced in the original, implying that they're substituting them in. As in, instead of in the like in the original where Tsugumi has a where Yu has a heart condition, in the Xbox remake Yu has a brain tumor. They changed it, right? But and this in the scene you can kind of there's a red herring where it's kind of disguised as maybe Yu is laughing just like the kid in Coco were at Takeshi's face, but she's intentionally trying to say she's like having a seizure in order to try to hide that she's laughing at Takeshi because she's embarrassed of that because she likes Takeshi or something. I don't know. But Mia, as the reader knows and knows the original knows, that's probably real. That's probably a real seizure. What's really important about this is one of my complaints about the original. There are very, 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 very few, and they're not very strong hints this is something that's going on with you. So when it's revealed in the original, it's like a big, like, oh, well, I guess that's a thing now. It's not like there's hinted at it, and then when it's revealed, you go, oh, that's why those hints. No, it's not done like that in the original. It looks like in the Xbox remake, they're trying to add more hints. So it comes less out of nowhere when it gets revealed. Maybe that's a little bit better, I'm not sure. Let's go back to the game finally. So I think this is the same translation as that line that we got at the end of the. Is translator thing up? No, it's not. Okay, you would do it. No, I know I was talking about there in the last sentence. Let me hide the. There we go. Hide the office writer. So that's why I think that translated to. I don't see any kanji being mixed up. Last time I got here, my discomfort quotient is high. Obviously, it's supposed to be my discomfort quotient is high, not yours. It's just there's no pronouns in the Japanese. Japanese people like to drop pronouns quite often, whereas us English speakers, we don't ever drop pronouns unless we're making a command. But because the Japanese drop pronouns, and DeepL doesn't know the context of the sentence, it has to put a pronoun in the English because English people don't. English people, yes, and other people like Australians and Americans too, don't drop pronouns, and so it has to introduce a pronoun. It introduces the wrong one. It does so very often. So I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be my discomfort quotient is high, not your discomfort quotient is high. It's a very weird way to say that. Quotient. I would have just translated it to I am very uncomfortable. Or my uncomfort is high, if you want that kind of tone to it. Anyway, we're not going to comment too much on the bad translations. We're just going to keep going. I guess with 3D sprites, you can do a back sprite. I think I have capture cursor on, so I can do this. This kanji right here. I noticed this. I don't know what this kanji means, so I haven't got there yet in my very limited studies of Japanese. It gets mis-OCR'd so much. So every time it turns up, I just dread it. Yeah, like if we get my capture cursor, like it gets OCR to this kanji, which is completely different. So I saw how this. So once I figure out what that kanji is, I can track it down. It'll maybe solve me some. Figure out how to really translate these sentences with this kanji in them. Okay. While I was thinking this, suddenly Tsugumi gets a little too close, which again might be wrong because that kanji gets misdone. Yeah, because these are 3D sprites, I guess they could do a back sprite. It's a new innovation, I suppose. Oops. Now, why is it double up on the... I forget which vowel that is. Is it O? It's an O. Tsuyo? Otsuyo? Anyway. Anyway, you bump into her. The point is you bump into the back of Tsugumi. Because it's dark and you can't see, even though she can. I almost hit Tsugumi with a plop. Again, that would be a really bad onomatopoeia translation, because this... What happens if you... Okay, so it's boo, right? This Boo, hiragana got doubled up into poo-boo. Because sometimes this OCR will double characters for no reason. Yellow and black stripes can be vaguely seen at the tip of the buds. I assume that's what that means is like sides of the doors. Why does it say generator in English? That's a mistake. It probably should. It should say Kraftwerk, right? In German. Just like these are German, right? The words on the sign are German, so why isn't this in German? Is this the generator room? Expand my translation box, which you can't see. I tried to put my face close to the door, but it was too dark to read the words on the plate. Even though it's glowing! Yeah, what's with these what's with this gratuitous English? It should be all in German if this is consistent. Takeshi says, "Let's take a look inside, shall we?" I tried to reach for the door handle. Shigumi's gonna warn me it's hot. You gonna warn me? Did I crash the game? Why does this happen every time? Oh. Okay, let me look at the backlog here. Yeah, I skipped some lines by accident somehow. Okay. Let me go back and try to get them. I tried to put my face close to the front of the tail, but it was too dark to read the words on the plate. Okay. Is this Takeshi's line? Okay, so I didn't miss any lines. Good. Well, let's look at... I thought I missed lines because of that malfunction. I presume this means stop. Some kanji followed by tsute. Wait. I'm not hearing the voice lines. Let me test something. Test that now. That was a weird noise. Okay, I'll try. If I'm not hearing the voice lines, I'm going to try to go back into the settings. And turn the voice acting back on. Or restart the game or something. Tsugumi grabbed my arm. Now, we don't hear Takeshi's voice, so that's fine. What's wrong? Okay. He's trying to think of how to say this. What's that? Wait, so I am getting the voice lines. They're just gibberish. To probably dangerous. Dangerous? In this room? Tsugumi nodded and gently released my hand from my arm. Or her hand from my arm. Then she quietly walks up to the door. Well, the floor's not wet in this graphic. Squeeze the hair that is not dry and place a drop of water on the palm of her hand. Oh, that's how they're going to deal with this. In the original, the floor got like 6 inches of water in it in Drete stock, so they could just reach down and grab some water. He then flicked the water droplets toward the steel door. Making a muddy sound, the droplets quickly evaporate. At the very least, the door is heated to a temperature high enough to evaporate the water droplets. What is it? Is there a fire or something going on inside? I don't know if this is what's showing up on OBS. We're gonna do the same thing as I did last time. I'm gonna have to close the game and reopen it. Because I don't think you're gonna want to hear the whole time when somebody says a voice line. So, gonna try to go to the save menu here. That's quick save. To find the save again. Something's really wrong with this audio. I forgot how to save. As usual. There we go. Save. The same slot, yeah, the exact same slot here. Yes, I want to save. And then try to restart the game and hope it fixes the voice. So I'm going to close Xenia. So it's going to make a black screen. Then I'm going to reopen Xenia, which keeps it black because it's Xenia. Then I'm going to load the game, which is going to start up the opening cutscene, which I still don't know how to skip. So you're going to have to watch it again, I'm sorry. Or just press the right arrow key on your keyboard to skip forward 5 seconds in the YouTube video. Is this happening on OBS? I can't tell. OBS is not capturing it. See if that fixes the voice stuff. And second thought, I could have just paused the encoding while that was happening, and that would automatically cut it out of the video. Okay, if I don't hit start soon enough here, it's gonna replay the intro, because that's a thing. Okay, load. Yeah, I want to load.
違うわね。火事なら制御室でわかるはずだから。
Oh, that's better. Okay. At least that's not the translator's fault. That's just the game. That's just the emulator just being buggy. Because Xenia is infamously buggy, so what do you expect? No, because if it were a fire, you know it in the control room. Well, I don't know why I would. Then
ここの発電機は海底の熱水噴出口から吹き出る熱水を利用した蒸気でタービンを回すタイプだから。
generator here is a type that turns a turbine with steam that uses hot water blown from hydrothermal vents on the sea floor. Is that what they call it?
とても高い温度の水蒸気が中に充満してるんだと思う。
Us Americans call them geothermal vents. It's quite different, actually. I think there's a very high temperature vapor. I think there's steam that's filling the room. She said, except it doesn't need to add a she said there. But anyway.
事故の衝撃で高圧力の蒸気が充満したタンクとかパイプとかそういったものに亀裂が生じたか。
The impact of the accident caused cracks in the tanks, pipes, and other things filled with steam under high pressure, or something like that. Okay.
あるいは異常が感知されたせいで安全バルブが開放されたとか。
Safety valves are open due to an abnormality
いずれ
detected.
にせよ蒸気が外部へ漏洩したせいでタービンを回すための出力が足りなくなって。
It translated the circle at the end to punishment. In any case, the steam leaked out and there was not enough power to turn the turbine. At least I recognize this one. This one means electricity. Look at me. There's the bad one again. That's why the generator stopped. Wait a minute. If so, then... If you had opened the door without realizing it, if I had, that you mean, at that moment, all at once, hundreds of degrees of water attraction erupts and spins. I get what he's trying to say. That's completely wrong, but I get what he's trying to say.
そんなことは想像したくもないわね。
You bitch, your face melted off. I don't even want to think about it. I don't want to imagine such things. That's right. I nodded. It's like what happens if you accidentally open a kiln mid-bake. So first, we have to do something about the water vapor inside.
元から立つ。熱水を止めるのが一番ね。
Ah, and I finally got that kanji right. For once. Cut it off at the source. It's best to turn off the hot water. Me and Sugumi headed for the room next to the generator room. Are you sure you want to stay in this room? I don't think stay is the right word there.
多分ね。いいから開けなさい。
Maybe. Just open it. Oh, okay. I reach for the door handle like I'm being urged. door of the power generation room crossed his mind for a moment, and his hand stopped. It should be my mind, and my hand stopped, of course. It's like, anything wrong with this door? It's not hot, is it? This is rather well preserved from the original. If you're wondering if this dialogue has changed a lot, it's not changed very much. So this is pretty. It's not. I don't think it's exactly the same, but it's very close. With the palm of his hand, he grips the handle abruptly as if to measure its maturity. I measure the maturity of my door handles too, but the handle was rigid and did not move. Come on. I'll be back. What? What? It's more like, I think it's supposed to be just like, here goes nothing. I tried to turn it with all my caw and put more weight on it, but the handle didn't even twitch.
あなた、何やっているの？
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. What are you doing? Well, I didn't OCR it wrong, so I don't know why I translated it wrong. It's just wrong. I don't know what to do with it, though. I'll open it now. Just wait a minute.
あなたって、やっぱりバカね。
You're such a baka, aren't you?
ここは管理区域内だから、ほとんどの扉はマスターキーを使わないと絶対に開かないわ。
This is a controlled area, so most of the doors will never open unless you use the master key. Which you have. And it makes sense for her to tell you to open it because you have the master key to open it with. I think this means like rice field or something here, so I don't know why like that translates to controlled area, but master key? Are you talking about this one? Yes, I presume it's like K, I think. Long vowel, key, long vowel. Masak. Oh, this is ta, I think. Mastaki. Okay. It's like I don't remember that one, but based on this being master key, it's probably te. So I think ta is a different one. Anyway. There's master key again. I took out the master key I borrowed from you.
そう。だからどうしてもあなたが必要だったのよ。鍵を持ったあなたがね。
Yes, I really needed you, with the key. I thought she needed him so she could he would weigh down the EI, which would have been silly because the EI is designed to take up like a big swath of people at a time. So one extra dude isn't going to help you. I'd introduce an extra ga at the beginning of the sentence. It could be a ballast or a kaji. What do you mean, Tutsugumi? What do I mean, Tutsugumi? I could be either ballast or a key. Because I don't know what rikagi is. I don't know what it transliterated to that. Who said he? That was Takeshi, okay. I stopped thinking and used the master key. Whoa, phooey. Ah, contrast messed up. Okay, let me see if I can fix it. Okay. Try translating at that level. Because it got the blue on blue, just made everything brighter. Which made it harder to isolate the white. I could try to remove blue specifically, but that's difficult. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that. Okay. I'm still getting some fuzz in there. The lights were dead in that room too. It was almost pitch black, and I had no grasp of the entire room. I mean, I don't see it pitch black, I see it as blue. At least Tagumi's sprite is fainter. Although her finger is like penetrating into her face. It's too dark, I can't see a thing. But is this the right room?
そうね。
Yes. Or like affirmative, because that's a different word than yes. Tsugumi looks at the room casually.
おびただしい数のパイプが張り巡らされているけど。
There are so many pipes. Yeah, I think this kanji got like messed up. Whatever. It's supposed to be pipes, not bopes.
あれね。この部屋で間違いはなさそうね。
I think I'm in the right room. Can I ask, is there anything I can do to help? Futsu. It's like Husu or something. Presume it doesn't translate to anything, really. Laughing snidely at my question, Tsugumi disappeared into the darkness. It's too dark to see anything, but I have no idea how the Koto is connected, so I can't help you. Okay. I get the idea. It should be and, not but, I think. That's what makes it make sense. Then what am I doing here? So, in the original, Takeshi is able to help her with the pipes. That makes this different. There's less emphasis on how dark it is. There's like emergency lights lighting things up. I can't see the reflection hairs from me, but Tsugumi is working on her own. This hiragana turned into a... This entire part got messed up right in here. Whoops. Time to backlog things. Hopefully I can get, like, some of these bad lines to actually make more sense here. So less garbage for the OCR to pick up. But I can't see her. Like, come on. Okay, although she can't see anything from I can't see anything from here. Tsugumi works alone in an unobtrusive manner. That makes more sense. Okay. From time to time, the sound of a bulb being closed or a valve being closed can be heard from the palanquin. Okay. What even is a palanquin? Some rich vocabulary. The translator speaking zebras before horses. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this place or not, but I'm sure you're familiar with the work that goes on in this area. The you are is probably supposed to be she is, or yeah, she is. As I'm thinking about that, Tsugumi appears from the darkness. I'm finally done. Well, actually, can translate the few. That's correct. That yeah, that would be few, wouldn't it? Phew. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I'm gonna pause the encoding a second. Okay, restart the encoding. Yes, so yet another of this like shoving Takeshi down things. Apparently, just can't do anything. I don't know why exactly the like. You'd think that there would be some secret, like there'll come it'll be revealed at some point why the remake developers made the decision to make Takeshi more useless. They're trying to go for a certain development later, but I don't. I personally don't like it. So anyway, let's translate this line by Tsugumi. Okay, got some extra junk fuzz in here has caused this kanji here to get changed wrong. You're just the key to unlock the door. Well, I guess that was an accurate enough translation anyway. No, I kind of do that, but it hurts my heart to hear you say it so clearly. That kanji got messed up. Let's try it. Now that I'm out of that room, I'm going to see if I can allow more of it to be captured. Get a better picture. There we go. Mature water that was being fed to the generator room was shut off. That might be a really weird DeepL thing where they translate hot to mature. It's like they're thinking of it's like describing a person or something. However, the other side of the door is still steaming hot. Steamy room filled with high heat. Is it translating steamy to mature? That makes sense. Do not let them in. Do not let them in until the temperature naturally drops. Or that's a weird way to translate that, but okay. Basically, we could not go in. It's probably just straight up do not go in with the we dropped. And so it added pronouns to that. So how much longer do I have to wait?
さあ
Tsugumi's like hand is making that happen. Come on. Huh? After saying so, Tsugumi starts walking somewhere. Oh, this is new. Where are you going? Come to think of it, this is the guy who does it alone. I think it was this is the girl who does it alone. Okay, what are these choices here? Follow them. Make them like you. Let me see if I can get a better purchase on that. What? DeepL. DeepL. Uh, like, okay, I know what happened here. It messed up this kanji, right? Which just means girl, right? Just means woman child, but turned it into like something else. Okay, I don't know how to make it capture that kanji better exactly. There we go. Let them do what they want or follow. Okay, so I know I'm trying. I know you said I'm kind of shooting for the Sora ending first try because that's like the kind of the dumb ending. But then I don't know if this even has a Sora ending because I've read that the routes are all different in this. I don't know how they're different. But definitely following her is more interesting than just letting her do her own thing, right? But yeah, but Deep Al, you are like spoilers here. Some serious spoilers going on here, Deep Al. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna choose to follow, which is the top choice. Cause I want that interesting stuff. Man, I'm coming with you.
ついてこないで。
Don't follow me. Oh, this got real messed up. I know we're in a controlled area, but shouldn't you have a... It's a Makadam. Okay. Oh, I know what's going on here. I didn't get it all. Let me try that again. There we go. I know it's a controlled area, but you'll be better off if you had a key. Sui's feet are in sync with the rest of her body.
好きにすれば。
Do as you please. With that, she started walking again. Oh, I will. This would be way less creepy if it didn't get translated so weird. I followed Tsugumi. Tsugumi and I, who have been hung up and... What? Hung up and flushed, explored the third layer, Drite stock. What? So I presume this is Drite stock here. Using the master key, I checked several rooms, did not find anything useful. Kosumi... Kosuminchqua... What? What is this? The road leading to the Kashmir Val was closed. The heavy dull sound echoed when I tapped on the man channel.
もう大丈夫なんじゃない？
So nothing really exciting happened, okay. And it's not okay anymore. Let's see, what kanji? Yeah, I messed up with the... That's not too bad. Trying to figure out how it read it wrong. I presume it's not hot anymore, was what she's trying to say. After completing most of the search and returned to the front of the power generation rooms, Tsugumi looked at the door and said, I fearfully grabbed the door handle. Warm, but not too hot. I used the master key and turned the door handle. Looks different than the original generator, but more like a generator. Still, it was hotter than expected indoors. It should be just inside. The air in the room, filled with water vapor, was hot and heavy and clung to my skin. That is the same as the original. It was almost completely dark in the power generation room. Is there anything I can do to help? More chuckling. Again with this subplot, this motif thing of Takeshi being useless, that's like way more than the original. Laughing through the nose as before, Tsugumi disappeared into the darkness. No, I knew that. Damn it. Ha. As I let out a sigh and stared blankly into the darkness, Tsugumi unexpectedly returned. What's wrong? Is it over?
まだよ。まだあなたが必要だったらしいわ。
Not yet. I still need you. It's probably what it's supposed to say. Is that you? What that mean, this is it? I held up the master key.
そうよ。
That's funny. Oh, so you need the key, don't you? Nope. Yes. She looked disappointed and replied that she was. Okay. Food. Seeing such an expression on her face, I couldn't help but smile.
何よ。
What? At least I know what that means. No. Now then, which door do I open next? Oh, this room. What? Well, this looks very familiar. I then open the door to the adjacent warehouse. Search for pipes and other replacement parts to be used for repairs, and under Sugumi's direction, I carried them in. So the warehouse is now the warehouse is another place now. It's right next to the generator room. It used to be on Vitae stock. Interesting. Pretty far from the generator room. As it was, I helped Sugumi fix it. I guess I'll just hold it right here.
そうよ。
Yes. I hold the pipe and turn the valve under Tsugumi's direction. These valves are bulbs, apparently. They probably use the same word for valve and bulb, so DeepL doesn't know which. But you must know a lot about this place to be able to work in such darkness without getting lost. But she, that wasn't a spoken line, it's probably but she. And as I was thinking this, I heard Tsugumi's voice coming from the darkness.
やっと終わったわ。
I'm finally done. With a sigh, whew, I'm finally done. Wait, they turned it on? No countdown from 34? You're supposed to count down from 34 first. And then she flips the switch when he gets to 17, and then it turns on when he gets to 0. So Gummy then put the valves back in the adjacent pipe room and turned on the generator's operating switch. Oh, we need to do the countdown thing, come on. They cut out the countdown thing. My OCR got completely messed up! Don't give me white. Okay, I'm gonna have to backlog that. Because that's just only temporary. It won't be white for all of these. It's gonna be the okay, basement pipe and switch on generator. Gotta go to the next line. Next line. And backlog. Okay. The lights came on all at once. My eyes! My eyes! I'm not gonna. I considered just suddenly breaking out and singing after the blackout, but decided not to, because that would probably saturate my microphone. Come on, translate. My eyes were too accustomed to the dark, and my eyelids were heavy. My eyes will get used to it. Skimmy looked around as if to check.
問題はなさそうね。
Phew, looks like we're in the clear. Thank you.
あなたもね。
You too. After saying this, Tsugumi left the room. I followed your scheme. I followed your plan. Okay, it's totally wrong. I have to adjust the OCR again, unfortunately. See how well that does. There we go. I followed Tsugumi. Ah! Have to filter it even further, don't I? The panel the EI wrote in had a disabled light crossed on it. We boarded the EI, which was marked. Oh, it doubled up it doubled up the character. Oh, okay. That's I think it's supposed to be just saw, and it turned into Zasaw. I presume it just means like ready or something. So you're going to press the pothole, the pothole, and the double doors close. Then press the potentiometer, marked 1. It's supposed to be a button. Yeah, potentiometer, if you don't understand what that word means, it's a variable resistor. It's a resistor where you can turn a knob or slide something and it changes the resistance. Electrical resistor, that is. Yeah, they're skipping the whole like thing about only one person at a time can go back up in the EI, but like you just write, all you gotta do is, and then they skip that whole part. Unless they haven't. We'll see if they do that again. Go goba 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 goba, and air is pumped into the ballast tank. And it doesn't move, right? Eventually, EI begins to slowly rise to the surface. Oh, it does move. Okay. They didn't do the thing they did in the original where Takeshi's like, but we're left Tsugumi down there! And then Tsugumi just rides it up after him. Coco's impossible to translate.
お手柔らかに。
Be gentle with me. But it doesn't look like it got any of the kanji wrong. So I don't know what to say besides, he says be gentle with me. I got the hiccups because I drank too much cranberry juice in the pause. When I brought Tsugumi back to the restroom, to the rest, that is, I heard Coco and the boy's cheerful voice. Hey, I'm back now.
お疲れ様。
Thank you.
たけぴょん、おかえり。
It turned the re into a totally different one. Oh well, Takayuki welcome back is probably good enough.
おかえりなさい。
Back.
お疲れ様でした。
Thank you for all your hard work. Is that Sora? Anyway, we're all here now. Did everything go okay over here after that? I asked the boy.
うん。大丈夫だったよ。
I was fine. I see. I responded with a smile.
修理ご苦労様。大変だったでしょう。
Thanks for fixing it. That must have been hard work. See, did it cut off? No, it didn't. Okay. No, I'm ashamed to say I could hardly do anything. It's all thanks to Tsugumi.
ま、そんなことだろうと思ったわ。つぐみ、ありがとう。
I'm sure that's what you meant. What? See, how do I fix this one? Thanks for the help. Okay.
つぐみん、ありがとう。
Thank you, Tsugumi.
ありがとう。
Another thank you. Now, all those haze are kind of... Thanks.
ありがとうございます。
And then Sora says thank you all formal, I presume. Yeah.
別に私のためにやったことなんだから、感謝なんていらないわ。
I don't need any thanks for what you did for me. I think it could be I did for you. I don't know if it's mixing the pronouns up. But it is like that, literally. That's kind of interesting. Tsugumi looked somewhat embarrassed as she answered. So are you going to start moving already?
あなたたち疲れたでしょ？少し休んだら？その後で出発すればいいから。
I wonder if Tsugumi's going to sabotage this. She wants to stay, right? You guys must be tired. And then it messes a phrase up somewhere, and then it says we can leave after that. What's she suggesting in the middle there? See if I can grab just the middle statement. Something funny is going on with this translation. Get some rest. Okay. You guys must be tired. Get some rest. We can leave after that. Come to think of it, my free time is empty. I'll let you do that. I took out my Lemu card and headed for one of the vending machines.
たけぴょん、ここも喉カラカラだよ。
Takepyon. Coco's throat is dry too. Oh, you just say Coco's thirsty too. I think just how they say, like I studied Korean a little bit, as I said, and when you say I'm thirsty in Korean, you say my throat is thirsty. So there might be something similar to, even though Korean and Japanese aren't really related, there could be something similar going on with Japanese where you used to always say that when you're thirsty. And basically, you say it whenever an English speaking person would just say, I'm thirsty. So just Coco is thirsty too.
僕も。
Me too.
じゃあ私も。
I'll be right with you. Max Takeshi, okay. I bought enough soft drinks for the number of people in my park. The infamous recording hiccups. Throw it at everyone and pass it on. Basically, I throw each. I pass it around by throwing. Here, Coco. Thanks. At the boy. Here, boy.
ありがとう。
Says thanks. Here, Sora. Oh, here, you. This is you, I think. There we go. She says thanks. I didn't even bother translating it. And then here to Tsugumi. Nothing. Okay, yeah, now here, Sora. Now, this does happen on day 2 in the original. It just doesn't happen quite this soon. I don't know. I think it. Yeah, it's about right. This is about the right time for this. What? And she throws it. Well,
すみません。
and I skip a whole bunch of text.
おかしくはないんですし、錯覚でもありませんので、安心してください、倉成さん。
Okay, let me go back to get this to text I skipped. Yeah, he throws it right through her, I presume. Okay. Still gonna show up, chime in and go like, Baka! My throne can't hit the empty-backed bee interrupted. Why, that's not what I wanted to... Just get one line at a time. My throne can spewed out, slamming into the peaks behind the... Oh, just behind Sora. Okay, and he's gonna say, like, Ane? What? That? Something or someone, distant from both speaker and listener, or situation unfamiliar to both speaker and listener. Oh, thanks for clarification, defining the whole word, DeepL. Sora did not receive it. Or did not catch it, that is. No, I couldn't catch it. No, she couldn't catch it. That's what I'm supposed to say. She did not avoid it. The carbonic acid spurts out and hangs in the sky. Yeah, Sora meaning sky is messing the translator up so badly. The droplets seem to pierce the figure of Sora. Because she says, like... I forgot which vowel this is. Oh, it won't tell me because it's like... but whatever. Because it makes characters out of the ellipses. Oh. I believe that's supposed to be you. Frozen place. It's the wrong kanji, basically. Wrong kanji again. Yeah, there's the wrong kanji here. Don't know what to do about that. I mean, that was a chain reaction. Probably not the right translation, but whatever. For some reason, I was nervous. Yes, because you done goofed. You should be nervous. You really done goofed now, Takeshi. You literally threw something at a hologram and expected it to catch it. I was going to give it to you, but that's funny. I threw it with the intention of handing it over properly, but maybe my hand slipped. Sorry, but it's not crazy and it's not an illusion, so please don't worry. Oh, I did that again.
もしかして倉成さんご存知なかったんですか？
Okay. I'm sorry, I blew a soda. Are your clothes okay? Yes. I should next time I do this, I'm gonna look into the skip options. At least before I go back and do it like a second round, to look for other endings, I should go into skip options and figure out there's a way to only skip text you've already seen. That would solve this problem, and it was just going to be required later. I don't know. It's not wet. It's not stained. What? I lost my mind. Carbonic acid spewed out. Spewing out is supposed to be splashing, but it's not. I mean, the droplets are penetrating, surely. Droplets are sticking through, surely. It means no substance, no way. A ghost? Did you happen to know, Mr. Kurinari? Did you not know? Be embarrassed now. Sora fidget shyly. Sora, who are you? You laughs hysterically. Wow, I tripled up that, Hiragana. Suddenly you started laughing.
倉成面白いから黙って見てたけど
Kurinari, I watched it silently because it was funny.
あんた本当に何も知らなかったのね
You really didn't know anything about it. What are you talking about? I was still nervous.
空の正体
Sorry, no shukai. Okay. Sora no shokai?
空悪いんだけどもう一回自己紹介してあげて
Sorry, I'm sorry, but you should introduce yourself again.
今度は設定じゃなく本当のやつね
It's time. It's not this time. It's not a setup. It's the real deal.
はい、わかりました。
I understand.
私は、茜ヶ崎空。
I am Akanigasaki Sora.
LM9S16 と呼ばれている並列指向型コンピューターの人工知能 AI プログラムです。
I am LMQS16. A program is a parallel thinking program, artificial intelligence AI program.
このレミューで人と機械とのインターフェースとして作られました。
Well, it's not really translating this well, but for Lemu, designed to be an interface between man and machine. Heard that word before. What does it mean?
簡単に言えば、空はお客とのコミュニケーションに特化されたコンピューターってとこね。
Making her all human cyborg relations for some reason. Simply put, Sora is a computer that specializes in communication with customers. Computer, I mean, this person? She doesn't look like a machine to me. She's not a machine, is she?
この姿は私であって私ではありません。
This figure is not me, not I.
倉成さんが認識している私の容姿はミラージュと呼ばれる機構によって表示されているものです。
My appearance, as recognized by Mr. Kurinari, is duplicated by a machine OAR called Mirage. Mirage? Finally, I've lost my mind.
視神経に直接視覚情報信号を送り、視覚を錯覚させ映像を見せる画像表示システム。その通称がミラージュと呼ばれています。
Okay, so they're not calling it OCR, they're calling it not OCR, SDR, they're calling it Mirage this time. That is a lot of kanji. That's not a kanji. Gee, this is gonna drive the OCR nuts here. Did pretty well. An image display system that sends visual information signals directly to the optic nerve to create the illusion of sight and show images. Its common name is Mirage. Huh?
簡単に説明すると、目から入った視覚情報って脳で処理するために電気信号に変換されてるわけよ。その電気信号に介入して本来そこにないものをそこにあるよう見せるシステムってとこね。
The visual information that comes in through the eyes is converted to electrical signals for processing by the brain, and the system intervenes with those electrical signals to make things that are not there appear to be there. Yeah, so making it a little bit different where the original, they would actually shine into the eyes. Now they're actually intercepting downstream from the retina, which is way more creepy.
ちなみにみんなが今つけているイヤホンからミラージュは作動しているわ。
By the way, the Mirage is working from the earphones that everyone is wearing right now.
空の声もイヤホンからだから、これを外しちゃうと空とコミュニケーションできなくなるから気をつけてね。
The voice of Sora also comes from the earphone, so be careful not to take this off or you won't be able to communicate with Sora. Somehow, I don't know. So, if they do it like through the... If they do it just directly into the nerve, then it's no longer true that if you close your eyes, she disappears. She could theoretically appear on the inside of your eyelids, couldn't she? That also makes no physical sense, but Yeah, that like makes that whole state, that like iconic, supposedly like catchy line, like not even true anymore. Somehow, I don't know. So the problem is adding extra characters to the front, so it's like somehow I didn't know. I don't know, my head is starting to get all fuzzy. This figure is me, not I. The sword in front of me said so. Okay, you get the point. Then what is the sword that is here in front of me? Um, Select these choices. We're friends or system. Okay, so I'm going to go for we're friends in this situation. Just get real weird with this. But it's like, but I love you. I cut off part of that. The identity of Sora. What is it? Sora is one of the people who's been working with us, isn't she? Sora is a reliable companion. It doesn't matter if it's a machine or anything else. In the end, I was the only one who was surprised at the identity of Sora. I was the only one who... Okay. That's all that needs to be said. Scooby and you were Lemu's staff. It's interesting that it calls out specifically that he thinks that Sugumi is Lemu's staff. She's not. So he like the character himself bites off on that red herring. That is something that I thought when I played the originally. If you hear my thoughts on it, like I have this, I think that Sugumi might be Lemu's staff, and of course she's not. Spoilers, she's not. So naturally they knew about Sora. Coco didn't seem to care at all whether the Sora was an AI or not. Come on. They are happily laughing with each other and with Pee-Pee. I have to pause the encoding again here. It's one thing for the buyer to be not to be surprised at all. Okay, I'm gonna pause. Pick this up sometime later. I actually don't know how about later it has. And I'm back. Finally. It was quite a long pause, but I'm back. Did I translate this line already? Yes, I presume I did, but I didn't do it very well, but whatever. The one thing for the boy not to be surprised. It was one thing for the boy not to be surprised at all. Well, I restarted the game, but it appears to not be like working. It appears to be crashed. Okay. It just crashed in a visual sense, like it seems to be. So if I okay, so if I minimize it, it does come back up at the same spot. Great. Okay, I'm going to pause again and then redo the intro and get back here, but I will have to... No, but I have to save the game, don't I, somehow? Yeah, now I'm in a menu that I can't see. I don't know how to like restore this functionality. I guess I can't. Okay, we're gonna have to hammer into this. So be patient with me. I'm gonna pause the encoding when I do this. Okay, good news is I figured out how to skip the opening cutscene now, so at least we can get that over with. So next I have to pause for very long because I just skip the opening cutscene. Now I'm gonna do this on the recording just to enforce me to do this. So enforce that I do these things. So this means come on. Oh, got the kanji wrong at the start. There we go. Basic settings. That's probably not what I want to use. Let's see here, what's this? Text configuration. Okay, let's see what these things are. Message rate. Okay, it's text rate. Auto mode waiting time. Okay, I don't want to use auto mode, so that's irrelevant. Who does use auto mode? Skip mode. Ah, here's the one I want. Let's translate the options here. Read only. Let's try to get it down a little bit. The box isn't supposed to be a kanji. If it were, it should be interpreted as a mouse, not a day. Oh, what's still wrong? Come on, you can't not recognize the... Why can't you recognize that symbol? I mean, gee. There we go. Oh. No, we have it on red only. So, I guess I'm not hitting the right skip button or something. Because it's on the setting that I want. How do I get out of here? Oh, I'm not clicked into the game here. I didn't change anything, but it's going to apply no changes. Okay. Now I'm going to go up to, I'm going to close this menu. Whoops, I have to click into the game to do it. Now this load's going to be out of date. So I have to hammer through it.
火事なら制御室でわかるはずだから。
It's backlog.
ここの発電機は海底の熱水噴出口から吹き出る熱水を利用した蒸気でタービンを回すタイプだから。
Okay, but I can hold down the skip to keep it skipping. Okay. Cool. And I forgot what these were. I want to do the same one I did previously, so this one was a really funny translation, if I recall. I want to do the follow her. Okay.
おかえりなさい。
お疲れ様でした。
うん、大丈夫だったよ。
修理ご苦労。そん
ありがとうございます。
あなたたち疲れたでしょ？
I can fast forward a little. There we go.
ありがと
すみません。はい。
う。あんた空の
はい、わかりました。私は、この
簡単に
倉成さんが認識して視神経に
空の
Okay. He's our friend and system. Okay. Friend. This is the line I was on, right? Where the screen would visually respond. It would the control inputs would go through in some sense because I could hear the audio feedback, but I couldn't. There's no like visual change. Okay. See if it translates it. A bit rough there. It's duplicating some characters. The fact that the boy is not all surprised is well in a way inevitable. Whatever. Because he has no memory, he doesn't necessarily have any like baseline to interpret the world around him with. As I casually looked at the boy, he took a note out of his pocket and wrote something down. Then he asked the question to Sora. Maybe they are following my advice. Maybe he is following my advice from yesterday, I'm not sure. As I sat down on a chair and sipped a soft drink, which was now completely cold, I sat down on a chair and slipped. Wait. Usually soft drinks are cold. You mean flat? I feel a strange sensation in my buttocks when I sit down. It's a Bitaco master key shoved into my pocket of a. Okay, basically it's a master key in your pocket. Oh, you.
何？
What? Thank you for this. It helped me a lot. I returned the master key to you. Without it, we would have had trouble getting into the generator room and so on.
それは何より。だけどそうね、これがないと困るってのも現状じゃ問題かも。
I'm glad to hear that, but yes, it might have been a problem if you don't have it.
そら、ちょっと。
Sora, hey.
何でしょう。
Use it.
これからのことを考えて管理区域とかのロックって全て解除できる？
Can you unlock all the management areas and such for the future?
わかりました。ただいま上に確認いたします。
That did not OCR correctly. I understand. I will check with it. It's probably supposed to be up. I don't know how to fix that problem. That kanji that's being misread means above. So she's like, I'm going to check with up now, or above now. Maybe I'll try making it be more selective. It's a bit harsh on it. Okay. I understand. I'll check with my superiors. There you go. And Sora closed her eyes. Say, check with her superiors. What's the point of having an audience on the sea if you can't communicate with the sea?
違うわよ。空はあくまでシステムの端末っていうか、セキュリティを含め全てのシステムを管理する上位のプログラムがあって。
No, Sora is the terminal of the system, or rather, there is a higher level program that manages all the systems, including security. You stopped speaking when she saw my sappy expression.
簡単に言うと、同じ会社に上司と下っ端がいて、下っ端が何かしようとした時、勝手にできないので上司の承認が必要になるってことかな。
Simply put, there are bosses and underlings in the same company, and when the underlings try to do something, they can't do it on their own, so they need to have approval from their bosses. That's when Sora opened her eyes.
許可が下りましたので、一部の最高位のセキュリティエリア以外でしたら自由に入れるようになりました。
Now that permission has been granted, we can freely enter all areas except some of the highest security areas.
ありがとう、ソラ。
Such as Himmel. But continue. We will get in there. Thank you, Sora. I guess, what? Let me try cutting out the first part, see if that helps. Okay, so basically, he's just saying, I guess, then the lower security areas are open. I don't know where it's getting metaphor from. I guess Sora is laboring seedlings too. Let me try to go into the backlog and get that, because it's this kanji right here. It's not showing up on OBS. So am I my cursor showing up? Well, my cursor's not showing up on the translation window, so it's this kanji right here that got messed up in the OCR. It somehow made seedlings. It still got messed up. I guess it just doesn't like that kanji. Anyway, Sora is also something. Like, and it has something to do with labor. Whatever it is. Okay. He's also working hard too, or something. He's like also an employee, I guess is what he's trying to say. At that time, for some reason, I was imagining a Sora a Sora where my boss was asking me to do something unreasonable.
クラナリ、そういえば発電室の中って400度の水蒸気に満たされてかなりヤバい状態だったみたいね。
400 Celsius is pretty hot, but I don't know what this is going to be about. Coronary, by the way, the inside of the generator room was filled with water vapor at 400 Celsius. It seemed to be in a very bad state. Oh, even after I turned off the hot water and let it cool down, it was still a steam bath. How'd you know that?
電源が戻って空が復帰した時確認してもらったの。
Power came back on and Sora came back up. I had her check it out.
確かに人間400度の水蒸気の中じゃ大やけどじゃ済まないもんね。
It's true that a human being can't get badly burned in water vapor at 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, right? This is a really weird question because they can.
でも水蒸気はダメだけど乾燥した空気ならかなり高い温度でも人間はやけどしないって知ってた？
But did you know that water vapor is a no-no, but dry air won't burn humans at much higher temperatures? What? Is that so?
サウナだと100度を超えてても
Oops. I'm just gonna come up with the plot layer. They're gonna have like a super hot but like dry thing. In a sauna, you can stay in it for about 5 minutes, even if it's over 100C, right?
アメリカの実験では204度でも耐えられたって聞いたわね。
What's this myth, Americans? I heard that in an experiment in the US, it was possible to withstand 200C, 204C. I mean, you sweat an awful lot, though. You get dehydrated really fast. I've sat in hot cars like with the windows closed with it over 100 outside because it was on the side of the road and I needed to be able to hear a conversation with somebody on my cell phone. If I was outside of the car or the windows were open on the car, the road noise would have drowned it out. But I only imagine I got to like 140 in there. But I was like sweating brown sweat and junk. Anyway. It's also pretty hot in the attic. I don't care how much I hear, it's bearable. I don't want to jump into that kind of temperature. Also, why are they blaming the US for doing something that a certain political party in the 1930s in Germany would have tested? Did they stick a rat in 204C?
そりゃそうね。
It's one of those things we don't really have a lot of data on what adverse conditions humans can withstand, because in order to get that data, you have to put humans into those conditions. It's like, then you have to kill them. It's not, yeah. So for one particular group of people, they measured that stuff. Anyway, it wasn't the Americans. That's right. Although the United States has done some pretty nasty radiation stuff too. Anyway, but it's supposed to do with had to do with radiation. As I was talking, I was remembering the time I went to fix the generator room. I have to make the box bigger. Really, it's been a series of bad conditions, like the water vapor at 400C. But when Tsugumi cut a hole in the EI elevator, it shortened its lifespan. As in, it killed it. It very dramatically shortened its lifespan. Oh, by the way, what is Archimedes' principle? You're asking that? Go back to middle school physics. Something sinks until it displaces as the amount of water that it weighs. Essentially, its weight's worth in water. I remember that Tsugumi said when she drilled a hole in the EI elevator and asked you about it.
物体にかかる浮力はその物体が押しのけた液体の重さに等しいって原理だけど、
Yeah, that's what Archimedes' principle is literally. If you're trying to make the argument that if something's denser than water on average, it sinks. I guess that's like known way before Archimedes. It's known since ancient times. The principle is that buoyancy force on an object is equal to the amount of liquid it pushes away. So known since the time of Adam and Cain. Oh my... I can't do the name in vain thing. Is that what it's called? Is that what you call Archimedes' principle? I knew that, I just didn't know the term. I remember learning about it in school a long time ago. I've already forgotten all about it. When me and you were having that conversation... Fufutu. Actually, let's that there's a little poo-poo-tsu. Okay. Oh, there's a wolf.
またまたピピの勝ち。
Fifi wins again. Oh, they're doing the whole staring contest with Fifi thing. Cheerful voices of Coco and the boy fill the room. What are they doing? Come to think of it, I think I was doing something... they were doing something when I walked into this room. What? Curious, I get up from my chair and head towards Coco and the others. What are you doing?
ピピ対翔ちゃんのにらめっこだよ。
It's PP versus the kid staring contest. That sounds awesome.
実際すごいんだ、ピッピ。夢に見そうだよ。
Yeah, but PP can potentially not blink because he's robot, so it's actually awesome, PP. I'm going to see it in Peng. Well, Peng is like the after thing, so we can crop that. Let's see here. It's actually awesome. I'm going to dream about it. What in the world?
さて、ついにやってまいりました。本日のメインイベント、輝けチャンピオン祭り。
And now the paintings are finally here. Today's main event, the Ring Champion Festival. Okay.
チャンピオンピピ VS チャンピオンタケピョンのにらめっこファイトをレディレディゴーゴーだよ。
How about no? Champion Pipi versus Champion Takepyon in a staring contest. Am I in?
そうだよ。タケピョンもチャンピオンだもん。
Yes. Takepyon is a champion too. What? You're not going to be for very long. They're really stringing this out. Me, champion? Yeah, there wasn't as much to this in the original. This is just like glossed
朝
over.
は全戦全勝無敵無敗のにらめっこファイターだったよ。
He is undefeated. Fighter in the what? I would redo this, but it's Coco, so there's no way I'm gonna get it. It's not supposed to make sense in Japanese either, so it tries to translate something that doesn't make sense and make something that doesn't make sense, but even worse. Staring fighters in the morning. Two. Is that a sneeze sound? I remember. Is this had to do with the drawing on his face? This morning my face had been graffitied on by somebody. In the original, it was primarily you who did the graffiti, although the kid in Coco supposedly would have helped. There's only one person in this group of members who would make such a joke. Jin and glares at you. Oh, he didn't blink because he had eyes drawn on his face. Wow. Tehetsu? Maybe that translates to something. No, it doesn't.
はいはい、おふざけじゃない。休息はおしまいよ。
Yes, yes, goofball. No rest is over.
ではツバイトシトックに出発するわよ。
We're leaving for Swaite stock. That you stood up and urged everyone to move. Used guy, he got away, I'm sorry. Okay, so they made the steroid contest thing and the right on the face thing connect. Interesting. Interesting variation. With an empty peach. Yes. We head down to the lower level. Swaite stock. Can I, like, zoom in on this? Empty peach. The Sora guides us to the lower levels. Okay. Sora guides us to lower levels, Vitae stock. Wait, were they on Erstaboden then? What?
よいしょ。
Yeah, I mean, this is lower, like it is the kanji for lower. Ugh, my cursor's not working on the... Anyway, translation box. So, I guess so. I'll be back. Floor confusion again. Did she go to the restroom? Proceeding to open the closed hatch, the hatch is closed. What? Proceeding to open the closed hatch. Sora that was leading the way is ratioed. Oh, let's try if I can up the... DeepL is getting all Gen Z on me. Sora, which was leading the way, stops. That's better than gets ratioed.
このツールは途中から先が浸水しています。ですので、迂回するルートを調査しました。
They should have a rewind button. Okay. I have to go through all these. The passageway is flooded from the halfway point. Therefore, we have prepared a detour route. Route? That hard to translate or something? Yes, first go up the stairs in front of you. Go up when it's going down? Yeah, like the original, the conference room is on Drite stock, so you have to go up to Vite stock. It's confusing me because it said they're going to go down to Vite stock. But they kind of messed with our rooms all over the place. Like in the original, the warehouse was on Zweite stock, and in this one it's on Dritte stock. So I'm getting all confused. I was confused about the floors in the original as well. Honestly, finally got them, but now they're mixing them up again on me. The route is outside of this rule, so the movement up and down is not constant. What? Uh, Vertical movement is not constant, since it deviates from the route of the rule. Okay, I get what they're trying to say. That's what matters. I messed up. This kanji got messed up too. Um, so that means that even if you go up the stairs, you're only as far as you can go down. Okay, that kanji got messed up, but it makes sense. You've gone down as far as you can go, so you have to go up. Staircase is out of power due to a broken wire, so Mirage is unavailable. Oh, already translated that? Okay. But don't worry, power supply at the top of the stairs. Same thing. I had to adjust the thing again. Okay. That's better. Thank you for coming, and goodbye. That's kind of an awkward way to end that. Sora waved her hand. That's it then. I lightly revolted, and they moved on. As Sora said, the stairway was blacked out. Is Sagumi here? Or is she just missing again? We walked up the stairs watching our step. I mean, they didn't say she left. I stopped once and looked at the light I could see at the top of the dark stairs. I looked up, okay. We still have a long way to go, and the same distance must surely be descended. Oh, well, 17 meters. It's kind of a long staircase. Huh, it's kind of sterile to be nudging upwards when you're supposed to be nudging downwards. This hiragana right here got switched, making kind of a funny reading.
無駄口叩いている暇があったら早く登ってくれない？邪魔なのよ。
Tsugumi have to say. Guess she's here. You've got time to waste. Why don't you get up there? You're in my way. Of course, she can see in the dark. Tsugumi, who's walking behind him, complains. Walking behind me complains. Insults, this can't be translated to. Sorry. I moved my feet again. Sora's white dress. I can still recognize, though. No, it didn't. Trying to adjust the thing. Okay. Sora was waiting for us as we climbed the stairs.
皆さん、お待ちしていました。
I've been waiting for you. Phew. Oh, that didn't even do it. Okay. See if I can grab it off of this. You're welcome. Okay. I greeted the Meho Cuckoo. Didn't seem to recognize
ポ
wrong.
チッとな。
Poppin'. Okay. Coco the boy alternately advances while opening the shirter that is involved. It must be open the door. And I'm still going down the stairs. That's a long time. We. Back in the light-colored corridors where it's hard to recognize the text. I saw the goal in the middle of the stairs. I see I have water on the floor here. However, I can see 80. So 80 centimeters of seawater. Basically, 80 centimeters deep seawater is what he's saying. I'll adjust the thing again, because this is kind of annoying. Okay, slightly less sensitive. Slightly, yeah. Still translated it wrong. Just still grabbed it wrong though at the end. Wrong at the end there. Can I manage with this saltwater? A group of elephants with legs. No, I have to adjust it. I have to adjust it again. Most elephants do have legs. Nothing really that unusual, Takeshi. Ah, I still dropped the last character. Okay, well, a little more. I don't want to make the text disappear. I don't want to start, like, skipping out. Okay. Well, I think we can handle this much salt water. It might even have legs. That's probably why Tsugumi tried to put her feet in the seawater without hesitation.
小町さん、いけません。それに触れてはダメです。
Shock you? Miss Komachi, don't touch it. Perhaps because her name was suddenly called, Tsugumi lost her balance and almost fell into a passageway filled with seawater. I saw the danger and moved as quickly as I could. I saw Tsugumi as I held her from behind. Ah! Blink of an eye, Tsugumi let out a lovely scream. Lovely scream. It's you. What? I guess. I mean, I think it's. Oh, I turned the whole. The first character got contorted. um. Okay. No, still won't do it. I don't know how I can help this thing out. It won't do it. Whatever. Some sort of excitement in Takeshi's head. The palm of your hand, feel the soft touch of. How does this feel? It feels like Tsugumi's shoulder, Takeshi. She probably doesn't want you touching it. A moment later, something poked me in the cheek.
本当に申し訳ありません。システムの報告を見落としていました。
So sorry, I missed the report of the system.
近くで漏電しています。海水はイオン化しているので、電気が通りやすく、感電する危険が高いのです。
There is a leakage of electricity nearby because seawater is ionized. It conducts electricity easily, and there's a high risk of electric shock. I was right, it shocks you. Okay. Sorry, that was close, Tsugumi. Why are you saying that? As I said that, as I held my tingling cheek. I presume it's.
そのことは感謝してあげるわ。
I assume it's supposed to mean she slapped him. But for some reason, the translation translated to poked him. Which didn't. So are my guesses. I can't tell the difference. Thank you for that. Sugumi said as she tugged at her chest. What? Let's try doing it on the backlog. Clutching, there you go. I'm glad you're okay, whatever it is.
ってことはさらに迂回するしかないみたいね。
Looks like I'll have to bypass it even further. If you're going around, that means you're going up the stairs you've been going down. I'm not sure. I looked up the long flight of stairs I had just descended. I looked up and down the long flight of stairs I had just come down. Ah. Really don't like stairs, don't you, Takeshi? We plodded on back the way we came. Coco silently pressed the button to open the muchacha. No, open the door. Coco, as expected, is not in good spirits. I know how you feel. I know that feel, ma'am. I'm tired. I have no empathy or sympathy for Takeshi though, because I've done things way more physical than this. At university, like stair climbing. Like I've done some way worse stair climbing. Plus, I've also carried a 35-pound backpack up 6,000 feet in one day. Three times in my life. I think only twice. With the backpack, twice in my life. Without the backpack, two more times. So, I would not be complaining like Takeshi would be about these stairs. I am thirsty indeed. You just drank like a soda. But I guess that's the problem. It was a soda. This was going to happen. I should have brought a can of juice or something. Box of Gatorade. Finally, we descend the long flight of stairs. This time it's Vitae stock layer. Finally have a meal. Well, that is the eat kanji, so I guess that's how. But I don't think that's how you would say that. An English speaker would say whatever they're trying to get at here. First, water. Water is delightful.
この先は排水システムが完全ではないために若干浸水しています。
This end is slightly flooded because of the drainage system. The drainage system is not complete. I haven't finished draining it. That means, are you going around again? I feel faint for a moment. I'll be out of my mind for a moment.
漏電はセンサーでチェック済みです。ですが、シャッターを開けると海水が流れ込んできますから注意してください。
Leakage has already been checked with a sensor. However, it will be if you open this shutter, seawater will flow in, so please be careful. Wasn't Tsugumi wearing really tall boots though, so should she be able to go through the charged water with like an insulator? It was leather, right? Anyway. Everyone grabs onto something fixed in the aisle. Coco is holding Pee-Pee and Tsugumi is protecting her while Yu is holding the boy. They don't open it. Click. Seawater flows in at a greater rate than expected. Whoops. I opened the shutters and there was nowhere to grab on, so I stuck to the wall and made it through the torrent. Didn't get washing machined? Tsugumi was firmly holding Coco's hand as she was about to be swept away. Hey.
なんとか。
Something.
大丈夫です。
びっくりしたね、ピピ。
Surprise me, Pee-Pee.
無事よ。
I'm safe.
つぐみん、ありがとう。おかげでココとピピ流されなかったよ。
Thank you, Coco. Pee-Pee did get swept away.
そう。
Coco thanks me and Tsugumi made a clinched face. This is cliched face. Felt that's what I was going for. Nice shoe noises. We walk down the aisle. Some onomatopoeia thrown in. What a hassle to walk around with soggy shoes and zappons. I presume it means socks. Is there a water point yet? I'm thirsty. Sailing a sigh, look at the seawater at my feet. There is such a thing as deep sea water. This water is also ocean deep water, so shouldn't we drink it?
試しに飲んでみる？体内の体液バランスが崩れて脱水症状を起こすけどね。
I'm going to give it a try. It will disrupt the fluid parity. If you give it a try, it will disrupt the fluid parity in your body and dehydrate you, though. It'll disrupt your blood osmolarity. What we'll do. I'm gonna quit. Flooded water disappears in a flash. The drainage system was functioning properly in the corridor. Phew, finally made a descent. Made a decent place. Finally a decent place to walk. You're right, I'm getting tired of stairs.
ここからはプラントエリアです。
Here, it's the plant area. Sora begins to explain as she walked.
プラントエリアって何？
It is a plant area. To that question, the boy took out a note. The boy seems to have become a total note taker.
海底で採れた水産資源や鉱物資源を生成したり加工する工場があるエリアです。
The area is home to factories that refine and process marine and lead resources from the seabed.
ここのブロックにはメタンハイドレードのプラントがあります。
There's a plant for methane mud grades here in Pluck.
メタンハイドレードって何？
That is methane wood trade.
メタンハイドレードというのはメタン分子を水分子の網が包んで氷のような結晶の形を
It's like peat, right? Methane mudrate is a form of ice-like crystals that are encased in a web of water molecules that surround the methane molecules.
そら、そんな説明じゃ分かりづらいわよ。要は海の底に氷として埋まっている天然ガスのこと。燃える氷のことよ。
I have no idea to translate remotely to what the writers intended here, like even close. I've never heard of like a crystal that was methane in ice. So it's that kind of it's hard to understand with that kind of explanation. It is natural gas that is burned at the bottom of the sea as ice, burning ice. What?
ところでクラナリ、バミューダトライアングル
Accidentally skipped. Into some weird crystallization of crystallization of glycerin style sci-fi nonsense. Here, remember the crystallization of glycerin? Sure, all right, by the way, do you know what the Bermuda Triangle is? He suddenly tells me. Just out of nowhere. Let's see, that's the one about the disappearance of ships and planes in the Bermudian Sea. Most of which didn't actually disappear in the Bermuda Triangle, by the way. It's kind of funny. Yes, the famous incident to the US military in 1945 in which thunder bombers and bombers were lost, respectively. It's 5 bombers, I think, is what I was going for. 5 bombers and 1 thunder bomber. Okay, I don't know what thunder bomber actually is supposed to mean, what like an American would say. When they're referring to what the Japanese are referring to when they say thunder bombers. This is what happens when people who are not Uchikoshi try to be Uchikoshi. We got a radio call that said, we don't know where we're flying, and it said, look like us. The last radio call is, looks like us. And then it was gone. After that, the bombers that went to the rescue also disappeared, and 21 naval vessels, and 12 land based units, and 300 aircraft searched the area but could find nothing. I should have just left this be skipped. Say I've disappeared into a true dimension, but they disappeared into another dimension, but I still don't know the real reason. So random. Takeshi, so what about it? Why does this matter? No, there's a theory that methane hydrate is the cause of the Bermuda incident, and it started a chain of events that reminded me of it. What is that?
ふと思い出したこととか思いついたことってすぐに誰かに話したくなるじゃない？
You want to tell someone about something that just came to mind, don't you? Or you want me to tell you about something that just came to mind? Right. Because?
いやー、すっきりした。
I feel so much better now. Yes, yes.
このブロックは主に海水加工生成プラントです。
So basically, Takeshi was really asking, "Why did you bring that up?" And she said, "Oh, I just want to talk about something that came to mind." Okay. This block is primarily a seawater processing and refining plant.
海水加工生成って何？
What is seawater processing and refining? Because it was
そうですね
desalination.。
海洋深層水からミネラルや鉱物を抽出したり、純水を生成したり。
Yes, we extract minerals from seawater and deep seawater and make pure water. Basically, she desalinates it. Deep seawater? Does that mean there is drinkable water?
ええ、
Eh. So we decided to take a detour. I'm gonna say something. I'm bogged down. I have to redo it. The proposal passed unanimously. Even Tsugumi? Sora guided us to a room where various waters were stored. There were numerous tanks filled with water. My throat was already parched. I run to the nearest tank. I quickly pulled the lever and tried to drink the water from the tank.
倉成さん、その水はあまりおすすめしませんが。
Granari, I don't recommend that water. This is like that analogy about bureaucrats. No, don't drink from that water jug. Drink from that one. Can't you drink?
いえ、人体に有害というわけではないのですが。
Yeah, but this one turns you into a jellyfish. So you want to... No, it's not harmful to the human body. It just tastes terrible. So I'm going to drink. I'm at my limit. I'm drinking so much. I can't take anymore. This water tastes awful.
その水は純水。不純物をほとんど取り除いた純度の高い水です。そこからさらに純度を高めた超純水と呼ばれる水も生成しています。
It's like LaCroix. Is that what's been invented here? That water is pure water. It's highly pure water for the which most impurities have been removed. We also purify water called ultra pure water, which the purity is further increased. Distilled water doesn't taste terrible. Whoever wrote this game, distilled water tastes like nothing. I drank distilled water. It tastes like nothing. It can be kind of dangerous because it will decrease your blood osmolarity faster than, tap water will. But you have to drink a whole lot of it still for that to happen.
味覚については分かりませんが、酸素やミネラルなども含まれていないので、ほとんど無味無臭。味覚や収穫への刺激がないのではないでしょうか。
Basically, it makes your blood really thin if you drink distilled water, or if you drink enough of it. I don't know about taste, but since it doesn't contain oxygen, minerals, etc., it is almost tasteless and odorless. I guess there's no stimulation to the senses of taste and smell. I know what this water tastes, that this water tastes bad is undrinkable. But what do you use this stuff for? You use it in your computer to make a cooling system. Or, well, here's what you use distilled water for. Any sort of circulating system where you don't want the components to corrode. There you go. Which is usually a cooling loop, like in your car. To put antifreeze in the car was just distilled water plus antifreeze. Same thing with the computer loop. It's distilled water plus some additive, but you don't want any more additives besides the ones you intentionally put in.
不純物を含まず電気を通さない水ですから用途も広いんですよ。
But they're wrong. Distilled water isn't gross. So I don't know where they come up with distilled water is gross nonsense. Because it contains no impurities and does not conduct electricity, it has a wide range of uses.
各種産業用途はもちろん、バイオテクノロジー、化学洗浄や分析などにも使われています。現代の科学技術を支える物質と言えるでしょう。
She's gonna say that you use it to make a very big capacitor. Used by various industrial applications as well as biotechnology, chemical cleaning analysis, it is a substance that supports modern science and technology. It's you could think the reason why I think you couldn't really use it to make a big capacitor is because eventually the little pieces of metal on your electrodes would dissolve in, and then it wouldn't be distilled anymore, and then it would dielectric breakdown.
ふーん。面白い話をしているじゃない。
Not sure what to say. You have an interesting story. Okay. Suddenly Tsugumi interrupted the conversation.
その水がどこで使われているか詳しく聞いてみたいんだけど。
I'd like to hear more about where that water is used.
答えられないの？
This we're going to get instead of the conversation where Tsugumi grills Sora about people. Can't you answer the question? It's what if I told you Takeshi had a sex change 3 years ago? You don't remember that conversation? Or the golden nugget was, what if I told you I was 23 years old? Sora says yes. More importantly, where is the really drinkable water?
はい。あちらのタンクには塩分を除去し、ミネラル分を濃縮した飲料用の海洋深層水が貯蔵してあります。
Yes, the tanks over there hold deep ocean water for drinking, which has had the salt removed and the minerals concentrated. Thank you, Sora. I finally got to drinkable water with an empty guide. Okay. Goku, 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 Goku. Uh, come back to life. Why they're now by the generator room? Anyway. Then I finally found some food in a warehouse in the nearby food plant area. I guess there's lots of warehouses in here. There are fish sausages, frozen foods, and other vegetables grown in hydroponic plants. What? That doesn't make any sense. You can't just grow a sausage. We headed for the restroom in this compartment with as much food as we could carry. There's multiple restrooms too? Kind of an unfortunate translation because they mean like recreation rooms, but restroom in American means like where you go poo. Uh, it's a different room from the restroom where we had been until just now, although it is quite quiet. It has the same ornaments or enigmities. It seems that there are many rooms in Lamu built to the same standard. That makes it confusing. Now I don't know where I am. Microwave and toaster meals easily prepared on the table.
それでは皆さん、いただきます。
Everybody, let's have it. I'll take it. With too many Saw characters.
いただきます。
Take care of it. Okay.
いただきます。
These are not supposed to be taking it and whatever, but it's doubling characters. I don't know how to fix that. Hungry as we were, we continued to eat, moving our mouths almost silently. Bunch of monomatopoeias. I have never eaten such delicious food. If they say hunger is the best spice, they're right on the money. It's too good. It's really delicious. It's like eating a Pop-Tart or something. I'm biting into my fish sausage for the upteenth time already.
倉成さん、ちょっとお聞きしたいことがあるのですが、いいですか？
I get chewed out by Sora. Kurenari, I would like to ask you a few questions, may I? Like, what does a fish sausage taste like? I can't taste, I'm a robot. What's wrong with you, Sora? I don't think this was meant to say, but okay.
皆さん、 本当に楽しそうですね。食事ってそんなにいいものなんでしょうか。
It's supposed to be what's wrong, Sora. You all seem to really enjoy. Is the food really that good? It's a tough question. Sure, eating with a big group is fun in its own right, but I looked around the table, but there was no atmosphere of friendly, convivial fun. There was not a happy atmosphere at the table. Each person is munching his or her meal in unison. The Bernstein Bears. And too much TV. If anybody remembers the Bernstein Bears and too much TV. At dinner, no one talked about anything. They just sat around and chewed. Even so, everyone's face naturally smiled and looked happy. It's more than fun. I guess I'm happy.
幸せですか？
Happiness, are you? Start up the machine who wanted to become human thing here. Now, eating is a great way to taste, touch, smell, of course, sight, hearing. It is something to be tasted or rather felt with all five senses. So maybe I'm happy. Sorry, I can't explain it well.
なんだか羨ましいですね。
I'm kind of envious. I'm jealous?
私
About
は
the
食
I'm.
事をすることはもちろんできませんし、数値で表すセンサーはありますが、人のように感じ
I hate it when I do that. Okay, back to where Takeshi says envious or jealous. Same word, really. CR correctly at all. Closing it a bit, but it didn't quite copy. I don't know why it's having so much time with that. Of course, the park cannot eat, and although it has numerous sensors, it does not have the sense of touch, smell, or taste that humans can feel. Seeing the sky shriveling up, Sora shriveling up, I hurriedly decided to change the subject. Yes, Sora, I need to ask you something. What is it? Eh. Trying to make something up on the spot. Because I initiated the conversation before I thought about it, I didn't even think about what I was going to ask. Oh, we're gonna have a choice coming up, aren't we? My gaze wanders around the world, and my eyes are compared to the fish sausage in my hand. Probably it's just his eyes are to kind of stare at it. Okay. These fish sausages are so good, but what kind of fish are they made from? So random, dude.
魚肉ソーセージですか？ちょっと待ってください。データベースに検索をかけてみます。
I presume it's tuna. Fish sausages? Wait a minute. I'll run a search in the database. Sensora then closed her eyes.
わかりました。鏡鯛という魚です。
Watch it be carp. Carp sausage. I understand it's a fish called Kagami Dai. Kagami Dai, huh? Never heard of it.
画像を出しますね。
I'll give you an image. Ow. A grotesque fish floats in front of you.
マトウダイ目、マトウダイ科の深海魚です。
A deep sea fish of the family Matoidae of the outer Matoidae. Of the order Matoidae. Sora begins to describe the fish in front of her. Oh, do I have to... I have to OCR that, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to really mess up my settings. So... But it might be important to the plot. As a result, like, I have to do it. So... I go to my tool. I'm going to save my settings. Then I'm going to mess them up. So, completely invert things. Okay. Your eyes forward. Trying to figure out how to do this. Okay. It's full inversion. I want to do no inversion. No inversion at all. Okay. So complicated. There we go. Let's try to translate that. Oof. They inhabit the depths of 300 to 200 meters. It's the bottom feeder and eat small horns. Okay. The forehead is hollowed out and the body is flattened to the right at the tip. Uh, the mouth is turned towards and upwards and the forehead is protruding. The taste is not so great, but it's used as sashimi, boiled fish, etc. When alive, the skin of the fish is used as bait for iron tools because of its shiny silver body color. Cool. Now I'm going to go back into my thing. my adjustment, and I'm going to reload my old settings. I'm going to put this back on. That was annoyingly time consuming. Please don't do black on white text. We usually have white on black game. That wastes my time. Please don't do that. There's Takeshi thing here. Oh, what's going on? What? What setting did it change? Saving and reloading didn't work, and like, some reason, if you save the settings and reload them, it doesn't reload to exactly the same thing as before. I haven't figured out why. So then I have to keep readjusting them. Oof. So that's too much. It's better. Sora begins to describe the fish in front of him. In front of her. Figure looks somewhat happy. Maybe Sora is happy when it comes into contact with people. When she does. I was thinking about that when I saw the smile on Sora. Well, she doesn't seem to be smiling to me, but whatever. But I've lost my appetite a bit.
はあ、食べた食べた。ごちそうさま。
Oh, I ate thanks for the food. I think I ate too much quicksand.
ここ、お腹パンパンだよ。
I'm so hungry.
苦しいかも。
Painful, maybe.
ゲップ。
Sugumi says, "Get boop." The mountain of food we had prepared had all been devoured. After the food was gone, everyone was stuck for a while. Perhaps it's because of the satisfaction of having eaten the meal, but I feel that my Muku Zong has melted away and I am feeling exhausted.
はあ、さすがにすぐには動けそうもないわね。
You're right, it doesn't look like we'll be moving anytime soon.
で
You
は
guys.
皆さんが休息されている間に脱出ルートの安全を再確認しておきますね。
Japanese people. While you're resting, I'll reconfirm the safety of the leg out route.
そうね。さっきみたいなことはもうこりごりだわ。
I know, I've had enough of that. And Tsugumi's face turns slightly red. Let's see. You mean the electrical leakage? I felt a slight heat on my face.
それじゃあこれから1時間食休みにしましょうか。
Gee whiz, there's like your really short fuse on the hot heat in your face, Takeshi. So let's take a food break for an hour, shall we? Gee, you wouldn't get anywhere with hour-long breaks after food. You suggestion everyone silently nodded their heads. Walking around aimlessly without deciding where to go. Staying still would only make my stomach growl, so I went for a belly-busting walk. Phew, finally my stomach is at peace and I'm a gitaka. Expand this. Passing by the control room. It's another control room? Or did you go full circle? I recall the exchange between you and Sora on the master key. I wonder if it's unlocked. I decided to go inside and give it a try. As expected, the door was unlocked. I looked inside and saw you sitting in front of the terminal.
銀河
Does not translate you
なん
growling.
でダメなのよトニー。
Why can't you do that? I just don't like it.
これでどうだ。うりゃ
How about this? Key. Or Nusan or whatever.
やってくれるじゃない。
You did it.
ならば今度はこっちから。
You got in. And this time, from our side. Huh? What are you doing?
何って調べ物よ調べ物。
What do you mean? I'm doing research. I'm doing research. You don't look like you're getting very far.
そうなのよ。異様にセキュリティが高くって。で、うわっ！クラナリ？
Yes, it's so bizarrely secure. I mean, what, Kurinari? Yeah, who do you think was talking to you? You?
あんたいつからそこにいたのよ。
How long have you been there? Just now. Have you seen it?
まあ調べ物は全然さっぱりだから別に構わないけど、いきなり横にいたからびっくりしたわ。
No idea what I'm looking up, so I don't mind. But I was surprised to see see you suddenly next to me. Oh, you was probably supposed to be. You have no idea what I'm looking up. But of course he's going to ask what she's looking up. No, I was so absorbed in it that I failed to call out to you. Sorry. So, what were you looking up?
どうしようかな。まあいいか。お父さんのことを調べていたのよ。
I think in the original, we don't ever see Yuharu trying to look up stuff. We only see Yuaki. But as far as we understand, Yuharu was very successful. Unlike Yuaki, who couldn't get anywhere. What should I do? Well,
う
okay.
ーんとどうしようかな。
I was looking into my father.
実はね、私のお父さんレミューの開発部門で働いてたの。
Actually, my father worked in the development department of Lemu. What's the development of Lemu? Was it Yu's father who built this place?
ああハードとソフトシステム構築ね。コンピューター本体の基本設計から基本ソフト、空が使ってるミラージュとかレミの端末とか管理システムプログラム。
Let's see. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but and the software, the system architecture, from the basic design of the computer system to itself to the basic software, to the Mirage that Sora uses, the Lemire terminal, the management system, programs.
詳しくは聞いてないんだけど、その辺のどれかを作ったらしいのね。ここができる前、レミューの建設中から関わってたんだって。
I haven't heard the details, but I heard that he built one of the buildings in that area. He said he was involved in the construction of the Lemu building before this one was built.
もちろん一人でやってたわけじゃないわよ。
Of course, I didn't do it. He didn't do it alone, did he?
プロジェクトの一員として開発に携わってたってこと。
He was involved in the development of the project as a member of the project.
でもお父さんは
So we're finally having the conversation that Takeshi has with you at the Carousel Delphine on day one, here on day two. It's very similar wording. But Dad is one of a kind.
ある日突然いなくなっちゃったんだ。
He was just gone.
行方不明に。
Missing.
私が1歳の時、つまり今から17年前のことだけどね。
1 year old. It was 17 years ago now. 17 years ago. So Yu says his father's memory is.
そうね。
That's right.
写真とかムービーとかでしか知らないのかな。
I've seen pictures and movies of him, but I guess I only know him from pictures or movies or something.
さすがに1歳じゃ覚えていないし、
So one would expect at the age of 1, I don't remember it.
今さっき話したお父さんのことは全部お母さんから聞いた話だし。
Things I just told you about my father, I've heard all from my mother. Why is he missing?
まあそれがわかればこんなところまで来たりしないっしょ。
If I knew that, I wouldn't have come all this way, would I?
消えたお父さんの手がかりが何か見つかるかもしれないってそう思ってきたんだけど。
Thinking that I might be able to find some clues about my missing dad.
なんかもうそれどころじゃなくなっちゃったけどね。
I don't know, I just can't take it anymore. But
さてもう一回チャレンジしてやろうじゃない。
let's try again. With that, you turn to the terminal. To interrupt you. I was about to leave the room when I thought. Turned around to look at the distressed voice. She was holding her chest in pain, with her face contorted. You, what's wrong with you? You look like you're in pain.
ちょっと持病の発作よ。
You're having a chronic disease attack. So it's not a seizure. What's a pre-existing condition? Are you okay?
平気よ。いつものことだから心配しないで。
Fine, happens all the time. Don't worry about it. Saying this, you fumbled with a nearby bag. She took out a bottle of pills from her bag and swallowed it, swallowed them straight down.
なんとか収まった。
Oh no, somehow it's gone. I don't know what kind of pre-existing condition, but the seizures seem to have subsided. I think that this is it's the translation issue. It's probably not seizure in the same way that an English speaker would use the word seizure. It's a very specific term that they might have made more general in Japan. That was unusual, wasn't it?
だから平気だって。でもちょっと喉が渇いたわね。
But I'm a little thirsty.
何か飲んでこようかなと。
Something to drink. Saying this, she stands up with her bag.
あと心配してくれてありがとね。
Afterwards, thanks for worrying about me. As he was about to leave the room, he turned around and said, as she was about to leave the room, she turned around and said, I left you and I was heading to the One Ray area. I presume it means the rest area. Oh, it messed up one of the kanji. Let me try to go back here. Try to translate that again. Sneeze though. Excuse me. You and I parted ways and headed for the general area. Okay. Because I saw the silk board of the evacuation route on the wall of the control room. I thought maybe there was an escape pod left behind. I thought that maybe... Okay. Inflatable pod latches were closed and all were lit up with an in-use Ligi lamp. Okay. Still no escape pods. I knew this, but I guess I still had faint hopes. I knew that. Okay. I was out of my mind. I was wandering aimlessly on the prowl. I found myself standing in front of a dark and expansive sky. Something drifts and moves in the dimness. I looked closely and saw a lot of fish swimming around me. For a moment I felt as if I had been thrown overboard, and I flinched. Ripples spread to flinching feet. What is this place? As if to answer my question, now announcement spins to my ear.
ようこそ。ここは魚の牧場。人工的に作られた魚礁です。ここにはたくさんの魚が集まっています。
そしてさまざまな魚が隠れています。
Welcome, this is a fish farm, an artificial reef. Many fish gather here and all sorts of fish are hiding here. Now it appears that this is a facility where visitors can experience the inside of a fishing reef. Swimming fish are probably something called a mirage. Pan reef rocks are arranged like a maze. I figure out what's wrong with that. In fact, you could probably do a labyrinthine Yengshinshi as well. Oops, it's time to go. But there's a 1 in there. Maybe the internet thing type. Oh, there we go. I look at my phone and make a go ahead of time. I look at, okay. 8 o'clock, right? It's time for the food. Oh. It's time for the dinner party to end in 8 minutes. I took a short run to the restroom.
ほいじゃあココとかけっこしよう。
Let's play a game of fetch with Coco.
かけっこ？
Going to go.
ダメ？ダメってわけじゃないけど。
It's not that I don't like it, but.
じゃあ鬼ごっこ。
Coco cannot be translated.
オーケー、賛成。でも2人で鬼ごっこはちょっとどうかな。
I don't know if it's a good idea for us to play tag together. I don't think so.
僕も参加しようか？
私もご一緒していいですか？
You?
やろう一緒にやろう。
It's the kick the can thing now. Let's do it.
よし、負けないよ。
Okay, I won't lose. But everyone is on board.
ねえ、どこでやろうか。
Where shall we do it?
どうしよう。この部屋でいいかな。
What should I do? I wonder if this is the right room. Coco looks around the restroom.
タケピョンみっけ
See Takepyeon. They found me. Whatever.
何
What? I guess he just says at the place. I've been looking at it from the sidelines for a while now, but isn't it kind of a game of tag without starting out? Isn't it? What?
あら不思議本当だわなぜかしらびっくり
I'm confused. Okay, she says it's true. Why is that? I'm surprised. You was startled. I'm sorry. And just like that, she casually whispered in my ear.
実は空がルートの安全を調べていた時に有毒ガスの漏出を発見したのよ
In fact, when Sora was checking the safety of the route, she discovered a leak of long-lived gas. As in, like, noble gases. What's that?
今空気循環システムが働いていないじゃない
The air circulation system isn't working right now.
だから工業用の排気システムを利用して有毒ガスを除去しているんだけどまだまだ時間がかかりそうなのよ
So I presume the conversation was, aren't you playing tag when we should be starting to go to leave? And then Yu's explaining why. Okay. So we're using an industrial exhaust system to remove the long-lived gases. It's still going to take a long time.
それでまた少年がパニクりそうになったところでちょうどココが遊ぼうと言い出して
Just when the boy was about to freak out again, Coco said, let's play. I see, so you're playing tag to make the place more relaxed. Is there a pressurization decompression chamber on this level?
あるわよ
Got it. So let's rest there for today and play tag together from now on.
タケピョンやろうやろう
Takepin, let's do it. So where are we going to do it?
この部屋でもいいかなって思ったんだけど
I'm wondering if this room would be okay. As I said, it's very small and the hiding place is in full view. It's best if it's suitably wide and there's a place to hide.
かといってプラント施設は危険だからダメよ。
Plant facilities are dangerous, so don't do it. I found a fish farm just now. That might just be the place.
魚の牧場？
Fish farm? The boy took out a note. Oh, but it was dark and I'm kind of... What?
人工魚礁エリアですか？そこは照明が単にリアルタイムと連動しているだけですので、調節は可能ですよ。
Artificial reef area, the lighting there is simply linked to real time, so it can be adjusted.
暗くていいよ。暗い方が面白い。
It's okay if it's dark, the darker the better. It doesn't feel like a game of tag.
ピカプカポカーン。懐中電灯。
This stuff cannot be translated. Coco took out a flashlight with a mysterious monster sound.
懐中電灯を使って闇をにってのもオツだよね。
I think it would be nice to use a kaichu in Dindo and call it Yaomi, don't you? I think it's cool. Yamioni?
闇鬼って何？
What's a Yamioni?
とね。
Tone.
暗いとこで鬼を一人決めてみんなは隠れて
In the dark, decide on one Oniko and everyone else hides. So you play tag with that? You're just like that, aren't you?
違うよ。最後まで聞いてよ。
Suma or something like that. I'm sorry.
鬼の人は空き缶をどこかに置いて
The mites put the empty cans somewhere. Okay, so the person who's it. Whoa! I did that again somehow. I know how. I know how exactly. My ring finger sunk into a key on my keyboard. Because like to put my index finger on the advance, the key that makes me advance, like puts my ring finger like dangerously close to a button that it will, if it sinks into, will accidentally skip forward. So I have to like consciously
さっ
Oh,
not
き
do
翔
that.
ちゃんとピピと探検した時いろいろ見つけたよ。
Okay. I don't know where I was. Long way back. Okay. Those who hide kick it, so the Oni won't find it. Okay, can I do this one? Try this one again. I think it'll be the same though. Yeah. He's like a demon. If the can is safely kicked, the kicker wins. When you find someone else, hesitate the can, kick the can, and declare that you have put your foot on the can, basically, and declare that you have found them. Then the person who was found can't kick the can anymore, so he loses. Oh, that's kicking the can, isn't it? Oh, we all know how to do that. It's Yamo Miyamyomi. It's not a. It's kick the can. Yamioni. There's Takeshi's gonna go on a long one here. At this point, the name doesn't matter, does it? Well, then let's start with the Simi supervisor. Do you have enough flashlights for all of us? I found a lot of things, and I went exploring with PP and Sasakiji Shoken, which is the kid.
翔ちゃん隊員ちゃん、発掘したお宝をここへ。
Sochan Troopchan, bring the excavated treasures here.
はい。隊長、ここに用意してあります。
Yes, Captain, we have it right here. The boy took out a cardboard pole which contained playing cards, Poballs, and other unintelligible junk. There's also a flashlight in such a package. It is true that there is a large number of them.
ここが発掘したの？世紀の大発見じゃない。
Who unearthed it? It's not the discovery of. It's not the discovery of the century. There it is. Let's get started on the Yemioni. Then Tsugumi and Ha on this. Groping around, Tsugumi let out a big sigh.
私パス。
I pass. Tsugumi gets up from her seat and tries to leave the room.
すぐみんもやろうよ。やろうよ、やろうよ。
Let's do it. Go. Hugged Tsugumi and never left. Oh.
すぐみんも一緒じゃなきゃやだやだやだ。
I think it's supposed to be grabbed on to Tsugumi and wouldn't let go. And the grabbed on may not necessarily translate well, may not necessarily mean hugged. Which might have been where the hugged came from. Anyway. I have to be with you too, Tsugumi. DeepL is kind of dirty.
わかったわ。
Okay. The Tsugumi broke? I got a jolt like a mountain of moving. Took our empty cans and flashlights and moved on to the fish farm.
確かに、ここならぴったりね。
I think this is the right place for it.
私、闇鬼なんて初めてです。ワクワクします。
I've been to Yam. I've never played Yamioni before. I'm excited.
お魚さん、お魚さ
Fish. Translate that. The foon. Let's see if it translates to something besides foon. I'm sorry.
それで、鬼は誰がやるの？
Who's going to be the Oni, basically?
ん。当然、蔵なりね。
Naturally, Kurinari is the one. That did not OCR right. Why me? This is rock, paper, scissors, isn't it? It's very likely miss OCR'd here. That's better. Why me? Why don't we just play rock, paper, scissors?
何言ってんの。こんな時は一番体力のある男からって相場が決まってんの。
What are you talking about? It's a rule that in such a situation, the man with the most physical strength should be first to go. There's a woman with way more physical strength. What about? That's a little crazy.
じゃあ、蔵なりが最初の鬼ってことで決定。
So I'm just making up stuff on the spot. Because I want you to be it. So it's decided that Matsuna Kurinari will be the first mute. Or the first Oni.
頑張ってくださいね。
Good luck with that. Then without fail, I was confirmed as the Oni.
はい、空き缶。
Yes, empty cans. Yes, yes. I took an empty can from the boy. We're at the 4-hour mark, but I want to get through this because, like, I hate the kick the can sequence and I don't want to have to come back to it next time. So I want to get through the whole thing. It's boring. I'm going to count to 100. I thought they cut it in the Xbox remake just because it seemed like they were going to cut it, but they're not. They're going to do it again.
よーし
Of all the things they cut, why not this?
今気がついたんですが、もし私が缶にたどり着いたらどうしましょう？
I just realized, what if I end up at the can?
ああ、
Oh, you can't get the can in the air.
じゃあソラピー、ココがペアになってあげる。
Sora, PP, I'll pair up with you, with Coco. I'll pair up with Coco.
ソラピー？それって私のことですか？
Sora P, I'll pair you up with Coco. He's gonna be like, Sora P, what does that mean? Sora P, is that me?
ソラピーって呼んじゃダメ？
Can't I call you Sora P?
いいですよ、ココちゃん。
Okay, Go Go.
じゃあね、ソラピーとココはペアだから、鬼の時も逃げて隠れる時も常に半径1メートル以内にいなくちゃいけないってことにするの。
Then, since Sora P and Coco are a pair, they must always stay within a radius of 1 meter when something or running and hiding. Yeah.
そうすればココが缶を蹴ればいいんだし。
A very unfortunate video in some ways. If you do that, Coco can kick the can and
ね、そうしよう。
yeah, shall we?
はい、お願いします。
Yes, please.
あと空はスキャン、モニター系のシステムへのアクセス禁止ね。
After that, Sora is a scanner and access to monitoring system is forbidden.
了解しました。
Still in the honor system. I understand. I'm going to count to 100 again.
よーし、隠れろ。
Yo, come on. Held a can, closed my eyes, and started counting. Ichi, ni, san, yon. Oh, I forgot what 10 is. But anyway, 49, 50, 51, 98, 99, and 100. 2 something. Slowly opened my eyes. I put the empty can at my feet. I looked around in the dark, but as expected, no one seemed to be there. This way. What does that mean? Sugumi just kind of silent quit. Sugumi was lying on a bench near where I was counting. One of the advanced tactics of can kicking is to stand behind the Oni and kick the can at the moment when they finish counting. Sugumi seems to be different, though. Completely cold. Why are you there? Why aren't you hiding?
うるさいわね。何よ。
Decided to make her all glowy. Decided to um, shut up. What? I don't think that's what it should be translated to. Shut up. I just seemed to modify the CG a bit to make her face more glowy. Of course, the background is different, or maybe not. I don't know. I thought you were going to join Yamioni.
参加しているじゃない。ここにいるんだから、それでいいでしょ。
Participating, you're here, that's all that matters, etc. I'm participating, I'm here, that's all that matters, is probably what they're supposed to say. Sugumi. I found Sugumi, I kicked the can. I hoofed the can with my toe. Raw. The can. Sugumi will be next.
好きにすれば。
Do as you please. Quick save there. CR didn't work. There we go. With that, Sugumi turned away and fell asleep. It's kind of an unfortunate translation, but okay. I guess it's okay, I'll be fine. Anyway, I find Sugumi and head out to find the others. First fork in the road leads to a stone, a passage that looks like it was made with radioactive reef rocks, straight ahead. What? In the dimness, something moved at the edge of my vision. I slowly approached. It was a large school of fish. A school of sardines passed right in front of me. It's pretty hard to find them when it's dark and full of fish like this, isn't it? That's when I felt a presence. I see a figure coming towards me from a corner quite a ways ahead. Don't seem to be noticed us yet. Notice me yet. I turned off my attention to proceed to blend in with the darkness. Who are you?
わあ
It was a boy at the turn. Or it was the boy at the
う
turn.
わあ、見つかっちゃった。たけしすごいや。
That's amazing. Wasn't hiding very good. Boy who was somewhat was a boy who was somewhat deliberately surprised. Bait? One of the advanced tactics of can kicking is that someone is caught on purpose, and then he or she is caught, the others work together to kick the can. I'm hit. I got too far from the can. I panic and try to get back to the can. And then you kicks him. You suddenly ran in from the side and hit me with a jumping cross chop as hard as she could. Start going. There we go. You laughed at me and looked down as if I felt at me as I fell to the ground. Hey, you.
この勝負もらった。
I got this game. Why are you talking and not doing things? Don't be stupid. Wait for me.
待てと言われて待てますかっての。
Will you wait for me when I tell you to wait for me? Oh. Will I wait for you when I tell you to wait for when you tell me to wait for me? Yes. He made a mad dash after you. Done. You was puzzled because she did not know where the cans were. I ran quickly past you and I've been waiting for a can. Oh. Found the boy. And whatever. Can. And I take the can. The cans were then manicured. Means I don't have it dark enough. Oh, man. Try that again. The dash followed by stepping on the can. Basically, I stepped on the can, is what I'm supposed to say. You can't outsmart me.
ずるい。蔵なり缶の場所変えたでしょ。
It's not fair, Kurna. You changed the location of the cans. Okay, now it's too dark. Not good enough. Yay. Found Sora and Coco. Can.
あれ田中さん、私たち遅れちゃいましたか？
What is it, Mr. Tanaka? Are we late? I'm sorry.
作戦失敗。ちょっとタイミング外したか。
Miss Tanaka. Mission failed. I guess I was a little off on the timing.
ナッキュが出ていくのちょっと早かったんじゃない？
Isn't it a little too soon for Nakyu to leave?
僕がおとりになって、その隙にみんなでいっぺんに押しかけようって作戦じゃなかったの？
I thought the plan was for Poku to act as a decoy, and then everyone would come at once. But they came a little bit staggered. You was a little early, essentially. Operation, is that it? That strategy doesn't mean I'm going to give an Oni a jumping cross chop.
あれは成り行きよ。
It just happened. That strategy doesn't mean you give the Oni a jumping cross chop, whatever that is. Not going to be hit by jumping cross chop for the spur of the moment. Direct attacks on the Oni.
なんでよブーブー。
Boo boo. It's no longer canned. It's not a yamioni. Turns into MMA. No. Next Oni is Tsugumi. Well, prepare. Well, I don't think this is gonna work out because in the original, the next Oni was the kid. But that would be if they actually manage to get this to work. They basically get instantly curb stomped. So they get this over quickly. Get up! It's your time. It's your time to be the Oni. The reason being, she could see all of them. Just fall asleep at the raccoon dog. Get up.
もう何ようるさいわね。
What's with you? You're so loud. Next time you're the next Oni. I was about to say that. He comes up. Ah, last time they made a mysterious person. Now they made it Pee-Pee. Used to be like no one knew who kicked the can. Yeah. Who kicked you just now? You should have seen them all.
ピピだよ。
It's Pee-Pee. Pee-Pee? Pee-Pee participate in the event?
それ逃げろ。
In for it.
Yahoo!
楽しいです。
Fun.
逃げろ逃げろ。
Guys. Everyone ran away at once, except for about one person. I'm the Odie again. Popped over and headed to pick up the can that Pee-Pee had sent flying. Gumi. I guess that's how you didn't. I'm gonna kind of cut it off here. Didn't figure out a way to translate that. Too slang or something. Okay, there's a very low volume voice line there, which you may not have heard. We secure Sugumi, who is completely dormed, for now, and head out to find everyone else. Interesting way of putting it, completely dormed. It's risky to leave the can, but if you don't get in the tiger's hole, you won't get the tiger's cub. Take the first fork in the road. A passage that looks like it's made of drift reef bumped rock straight ahead. Crabs and octopi were wandering around their feet. Or my feet. Virtual ones, of course. I know it's an illusion, but I tend to avoid it. I stepped on it by mistake, and the flounder or flatfish ran away in a panic. Search for everyone, concentrating so as not to be distracted by the fish. Such a colorful collection of fish from nearby waters, one's eyes can't help but be drawn to them. Just realized this would be a good opportunity to draw on Tsugumi's face. Wouldn't that be ironic? When I turned the corner, it was a dead end. My stupid white background. I hate this fish. This messes up my OCR. There's no one in sight, just a big, big deep sea fish drifting around. Two. Deep sea fish. Why are there deep sea fish on the reef? This is part of Limu that's deep. Is it too big and too late? Get down and stared at the deep sea fish. Three, two. Something glimpsed in the camphor of a deep sea fish. Very weird, very rich vocabulary there, DeepL. Take a closer look and you'll see. See two familiar white hands. I see two familiar white hands. Oh. Sora, isn't it? I slowly approached the deep sea fish and peeked behind it. You, what are you doing? I was I was right, it was Sora. Can't When I looked up and when she looks up and sees me, Sora goes rigid. Can't she just teleport to the can though? She has to have Coco with her. Have I not noticed this before?
あの、
Uh,
いらっしゃいませ。
welcome. Come on in. What? She was clearly upset. If I go to the backlog, that didn't make any sense. Let's try redoing that translation. Back to the settings and make the OCR a bit. We'll go back to main screen. Make the OCR a bit less discriminating. I had to make it darker because SE's again. Maybe not. Because of that white background messing with me. Oh, it's too much. Yes. Sora, I don't mind hiding in the law. I don't think that one's there. No. Something to do with rules. Like you just disobeyed the rules, I presume.
何かまずかったでしょうか。
Something, what's wrong? I won't tolerate the use of Mirage this time. It's so unnatural to show a deep sea fish that would never be found in the reefs near the sea and to make it bigger than it is.
すみません。こういったことは初めてするので、どういう行動をとればいいのかわからなかったものですから。
Sorry, I didn't know how to act before. I've never done anything like this before. This is my first time doing something like this, so I wasn't sure what action to take. To find so quickly.
でも倉成さん、缶踏んだをされるまでは勝負はついてないんですよね。
Mr. Karnar, you haven't won the game until until you kick the can, haven't you? Sora's here, then Coco is right around the corner, right? Whoa.
ココちゃん、返事したら見つかってしまいますよ。
Hey, here? Oh. Okay, Coco? Itai, hey. Just Itai. Suddenly called by Coco, was surprised that she hit her head on the fishing reef rocks where she had been hiding. Her Coco voice, is she nearby? Is she here? Coco is not here. If you answer, that he will find you.
おへ
Okay. Yes, Coco. The sky is the limit. Apparently, what he means to say is Sora is right. Sora found Coco returned, and you and the boy were waiting for him, grinning. So I think math got mistranslated. Let me see if. Huh. I could just grab that first part there. Only. When Sora, as found Coco, returns. Okay, these guys are waiting there, grinning. You and the boy wait, grinning. Okay. It's like extra fuzz and it's messing with things, so I gotta make this slightly more discriminating. There we go. Of course, the cans had fallen over. After that, we repeated the process several times, but I was never freed from the Oni. This play is good up to the idea of adding tag and can kicking, but the game balance is absolutely wrong.
はい、皆さん楽しかったですか？
Let's discriminate more. Instead, yes, did everyone have a good time?
ここ楽しかったよ。
I had a great time.
僕も。
I was to say Coco had a great time because she talks about herself in third person.
すっごく楽しかったです。
It was a lot of fun.
それじゃあ今日一番頑張ったクラナリにみんな拍手。
Then let's all give a round of applause to Kurinari, who did the best today.
パチパチパチパチ。パチパチパチパチ。
パチパチパチパチパチ。
パチパチパチパチ。
はい、それじゃあ撤収。
Yes, then we're out of here.
はーい。
I sat down on a bench with everyone else, leaving the fish farm. I'm so tired. You should have drawn on her face, Takeshi. Misgame the system. Tsugumi, who was sleeping on the bench, stretched out.
もう終わったの？
You done already? Tsugumi, who had been cold until now, gets up. Oh, it's over.
そうなんだ。
See? Didn't Tsugumi want to be part of it properly?
バカ言わないでよ。そんなこと思うわけないじゃない。
Yeah, it kept doubling up those hays. So, not those haws, so it kind of like... There's a baka in there. I don't think so. I'll sneeze again. Actually, there's a lot of air. Well, I don't know how to fix it. I guess that line is lost. Well, next time we have a chance, let's make sure we get in on it. With these words, I watch Tsugumi walk away. Maybe Tsugumi really wanted to participate. now I'm going back. Got up off the bench, I noticed Sora was still there. So he was walking as if drifting on a fishing reef. To Sora. What is the matter, Sora? Didn't you go back to Isho with the others?
あ、倉成さん、すみません。ちょっと考え事をしていましたので。
Mr. Kurenara, excuse me, I was just thinking about something. Thinking?
はい。今日闇鬼をやって気づいたのですが、倉成さんに見つけてもらって確信したのですが。
Yes, I did Yamoni today. I noticed I was convinced that Kurenari found it for me. What?
私の存在は
My existence is...
誰かに見られることによって初めてそこに存在しているんだなって。
It's only when someone sees it that I exist. Oh, we're gonna go through this.
誰も見ていなければ私はそこに存在していないんだなって。
If no one was watching, I wouldn't be there. Because Sora is right in front of me.
私の存在は倉成さんが感じている私の存在はミラージュで作られた視覚情報です。
My existence that Kurenari-san perceives is visual information created by Mirage.
私は拡張現実で作られたデータ世界と現実世界の狭間に存在しているのです。
This is gonna be hard. I exist between the data world and the real world created by augmented reality.
その存在さえ幻影なのかもしれませんが。
Even that existence may be an illusion. Whatever existence exists or does not exist, it will be a matter of perception only. Sora is one of my friends. Sora definitely exists in my mind as a companion. Isn't that enough? Sora smiled and nodded. Okay, that last part was hard to get through because I kept hiccuping. So... But I think I should save there. So I'll do that. And... should be it. For now. Oof. I didn't think the can.